Welcome back to Workers and Resources. I don't want to repeat myself like last episode because there's always a chance of things going wrong, so I will not say anything. If you watched last episode, you know what I was trying to do. And nothing has changed. We are almost there. Almost. And we're doing some side projects until then. That shouldn't interrupt anything, really. I should have one train running. At least the intention was to have one train running. To see if it works. It might not. We might still have problems because of the extra construction vehicles, etc. But we'll try. It's good to know that we can use intermediate train stops to shuffle people around as far as we want, basically. I think this segment will probably stay single track. I might put in a chain signal here to make sure that these trains can go over here if there's a resource train heading this way, I guess. Yeah, let's keep following the train, I guess. See if it makes it. If it does, then it would be 130 extra workers every now and then. And at some point we will have double tracked everything, and then the delivery of workforce will be much more consistent. Until then, it probably won't happen. Okay, let's see. So there's a train coming this way. No, there's a train on track, going the same direction. And there's a construction train in front of it. Okay, well, you should be able to drive now. As soon as this one passes the signal. Okay, you're going already. 1 hour 30 minutes left. Will you make it to the intermediate stop? Give everyone a chance to stretch their legs. Got an hour left. The stop is at Poloshevko. It's not double tracked yet, so if there's a train coming the other way, it is not. So we are going to make it. Barely. Take a break, get back on. Total travel time did not reset, but travel in vehicle did reset, and as we learned, total travel time does not send everyone back home. Only travel in vehicle time does. And now we are waiting, because there's a construction train on the way, blocking the rail track for a very, 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 very long distance. No construction office assigned here. This part is also very important to construct, I guess. Can we remove that snapping point? Yes. I think the train might not make it. Well, no, it's still got 2 hours left. Okay, that should be enough time. Should start moving as soon as this passes the signal. It does. And we got 2 hours to make the trip. I might want to assign the rail construction office to the other rail construction as well. I did not do that because it cannot drive back by itself, but we need to extend some rail line here. I guess I need to use a signal to make that happen, like previously. I need to give it enough room so it can turn back on itself. Signal was too close. We will have to set the signals back to how they were before. But now I should be able to assign both rail segments for construction. So this one and the one further ahead which crosses the train track. That one. We'll assign that one first and then this one. That should allow the trains to, when they build that, once they finish their construction duty, drive back home as normal. Looks like the buses carried over 130 people into the tunnel construction, so that is working as intended. One train made it. I feel like if I put on more trains we will run into issues again, so maybe a second train would work because of the line spacing. I think that is probably a good idea, but more than that, maybe not. Let's put on a second train for now. Speed things up a little bit. This tunnel needs 1,650 more workdays to complete, after which we need to finish this rail line, and then we should be done. Should be. I can already create the export route, which is from here loading any vehicle and delivering it to the customs house and unloading it. That's basically going to be the job. And the buses should be less than 13 tons. They're only 8 tons. They will only be able to carry one each, but that's fine. We'll construct these things last, otherwise construction trains might drive up here and start constructing from this side, and that would be creating a little bit more issues, I guess, on the whole rail line. If they're all building from this side, they should all be parked into the existing sidings and not create any issues. And yeah, the other thing I need to do is make this transfer happen into the other passing lane. We need to finish those rail lines first. Where was it? I did make one extra rail line. Is it already done? Oh, there, yeah, it is already done. Alright, so basically what I can remove, I think, is this one. No, I can't. I need to make this transfer into this side first, otherwise we'll run into issues. Because trains need to come from here and go down here. Otherwise they can't hook up. If I do that, that would work. For now. Need to assign that. Then after this is all done, we can take out this short rail segment and hook it up to this rail line. And once that is done, I don't know. We need to take out another piece. We need to wait for this one to finish construction, basically. I could all just postpone everything for a short amount of time and get this constructed. But I need to wait for this to finish first anyway. Maybe the tunnel will finish construction until then. Power transformer on fire. That's kind of an important transformer. A very important transformer. Very, very, very important transformer. Okay. Thank you. That was a little bit scary. Maybe a firefighting helicopter next to the sewage discharge would actually be helpful. Even though we would be dropping a lot of poo on buildings, it would still extinguish the fires. Less than 10,000 work days for the tunnel construction itself, and then we have like 5,000 for the road itself. A lot of refueling happening here. We do have a lot of trucks that can do that. Of course, you have to drive all the way here to just use some of that fuel to refuel yourself. That is okay. If I'm already set up with like a passenger drop-off point and we have water, then I guess I could also do some rail construction in this area. As in trains, making trains. Nah, let's not do something crazy like that. We would need to bring resources, which would be fine because we already have those on the rail network. Most of them at least. Construction materials. Would need to bring mechanical and electronic components on the rail network and then just deliver them to the site. Let the workers drop off, get some water in there for drinking, some drinking water and sewage handling, and basically be done. Water handling could be done by a local water purification plant in a small water tower or something. Actually, I like that idea. Whatever, I'm gonna do that. There's nothing else to do anyway. We need to flatten this, so I need some excavators in this area, I guess. We do have excavators. They're over here. And, well, I guess a few of them, 3 of them can drive over into this. I guess all 4 can fit into the construction office. Then we can flatten out an area for the sewage. We do need some water handling, so water treatment plant. Getting fed by a water tower, water pump somewhere up here. This all needs to be connected to the road. Any construction I do here, of course, runs the risk of having issues with a fire. So it's probably a good idea to build a fire station. So we'll start with the fire station first. Will be helicopter based. Need to wait for the excavators. Then water purification plant, we need water tower, some pumps, sewage handling. We need the excavators to flatten an area to place the sewage drain here, sewage discharge. And yeah, we should be able to just construct some trains in here, I guess. Because I am interested if I can automate the export of that as well. Yep, let's get that started. Let's assign construction duties. Helicopters can do something again. Excavators are probably on their way. They are. Once they're there, we can place down the buildings. Double tracking this whole line is taking a while, but it is progressing. So these ones technically aren't necessary anymore, but it doesn't hurt to have them on the train. I guess a train might decide that an oncoming train on the other lane is blocking the whole lane. Because of how signals work, I can't put a signal in here to split those up, basically. Or can I? No, there's no room for a signal here. The train tracks are too tight together. But I think that's what the logic of the game is for, where it kind of makes it happen anyway. Alright, we're gonna export a few more buses because we have loads. Export them all to the east for now. That roundabout should only be driven the other way, but I guess... yeah, it should only be driven the other way. I guess I removed one signal here. Let's put that signal back. That way. Entrance is here, exit is here. Because of how this is all set up. Okay. So we're gonna build some trains now. Now the workers that are delivered to the train platform can be used for any construction project. So the construction office over here can basically drive them to wherever it thinks it's right. Oh, the excavators are here, nice. Probably have to refuel after that. No, not quite, okay. So we do need a fire station. Let's put it here. Let's put it here and see if we can fit a landing pad. A helipad. Probably like that. Okay. It will give us the option of more helipads if we need them. Now, can I place a road, or do I have to flatten this a little bit more? Answer's probably I have to flatten this. But thankfully, With the power of helipads, we should be able to. Alright, hopefully that's enough. Let's see if the road now fits. Almost. That'll be fine. The road connection to the helipad is temporary anyway, just for construction purposes. Then we have a fire station that will need electricity, which the wind turbines should supply. Oh yeah, we need a lot of electricity here if we do any kind of construction of equipment. I don't think a wind turbine is going to cut that. Oh my god, this is going to mean like a whole power line going all the way from here over. Now, I could just be... No, I'm not going to place an underground one, I don't think. We're just going to do a high... Am I really going to do this? Looks like the answer is probably yes. Alright. So we have a few more connections available here, and then we can draw out our high voltage line going all the way over here. We're just gonna follow the train track somewhat loosely, leaving enough room for double tracking it, etc, etc. I hope. Now I might be drawing this the wrong way. I hope it can construct it from any end and not the one where I started drawing it from. We will have to cross over. The night is not helping. Being able to see things. Double track here is already planned. Well, it is very dark, but I can still see it. There we go. And that we will redo. come on. Alright. And that's going to be a power line. That will end here somewhere in a transformer. Probably more on this side. I don't know. I haven't really planned out the way where the rail construction building goes, etc., etc. Something was on fire. Oh, some flat. We haven't used grid snapping here yet, so let's try to avoid that, I guess. And that'll be our transformer. We will need electricity on that end. And in general around here, so I guess the wind turbine will become obsolete somewhat. Range is quite good. I'll probably make 2 substations if need be. Alright, that should take care of electricity, meaning that the helicopters can actually get some fuel. I mean, they will be able to get fuel because of the wind turbine that is in range, but I do need extra electricity for the whole rail construction office. Not the rail line, but actual trains. Alright. Let's assign the helicopter to, I guess, everything. Maybe roads. Maybe roads. So our regular construction office can get everywhere. Train tunnel is still being built. What the hell are you doing? Are you using that loop in 2 different directions also? That loop was intended to be used that way. So you turn around. Oh, okay, so these signals probably were a mistake. I should just allow them to move whichever way they want, but I don't want to. So we'll leave it like that and see if it fixed itself. Okay, there seems to be a train coming this way. No? Are you blocking yourself because of the signals now? No, you already reserved that line. Okay. Sure. So you should start moving as soon as this one gets into a passing lane. No? Okay. What's the issue? We have a chain signal here. That chain signal should go green if this one is green. But you're trying to not go there, you're trying to go to the customs house to load full of gravel. And all these 3 are green. So your lane is basically here, loop around on yourself, and here. So this one should be... I guess you're blocking yourself with this whole thing. I'm gonna remove those signals again. I'm just gonna let them drive those loops in the opposite way if they want to. It worked fine before, it was just slightly annoying. Like that should be a different direction, but whatever, it's fine. If it works, it works. Okay, rail construction, train construction. Railway production line it is called. Now that's a big one. Probably worth its own electricity connection. It says it needs flat terrain, and I can respect that. We need to deliver resources for it. Steel we have on the network, everything else we need to put into a warehouse. Or, well, we just need to drive it from the customs house to here, it's fine. Except the mechanical components, we could put that on the network and drive it there because we're making those ourselves, but that's not urgent. So to flatten this area, I guess we're going to use the triple helipad. And hopefully the building will recognize my efforts and reward it with being able to be placed here. I'm using this building because if I try to use the flatten option in the terrain tools, it will not allow me to use excavators, which is unfortunate. So if I try to use this one, level terrain from center, it needs bulldozers. So that's a bypass to that problem. Now we can flatten this with the building itself. Which goes much quicker. The building should be this way, so the train lines, I guess, should they? Doesn't really matter. No, the train lines can be further away as well. We probably need to hook up all storages to some resource storages, so I need to leave room for those. And maybe the electric wire is in the way of that. I need to think about that. I don't know why I'm doing this. Interesting, I guess. We need the factory connections on that side, I guess, then. So we have this building here. Steel needs to be delivered. I don't know if we can just drive it into the building. That would be the ideal case. I guess we will test that. So we'll have a point where we just have vehicles drive over here. And if it doesn't work, we will have to redo that. For building, we need a road connection. People will walk in here via footpaths from here to... there was an entrance on that end. So we'll need to hook that one up. But for construction purposes we do need a road. It is green, but we're going to flatten it regardless. And then we'll redo this segment because it was a little bit janky. That's probably how they would build roads. We do need an electricity connection, we need water, sewage, but that all will fit in here nicely. It should be fine. So basically, it doesn't really need to be a big water tower. A small one is fine. We have our footpath connection. Let's put that one in first. Might need to leave a little bit of room for the electric wires there. I'll get this connected once the road finishes construction. Otherwise it'll interrupt this right now. Don't want that. So, water tower. We have a water connection nowhere because we don't need a water connection, we just need drinking water. Meaning we need a water substation. And only this building will need it. We don't need a water pump in between because the water tower does have elevation compared to the substation, so it will feed water automatically into it. We will need a water pump between the treatment plant and the water tower. I'll place that in here. It will need delivery of chemicals. And then we have a small water pumping station in between. And then a water well without workers somewhere uphill, connected to electricity. Doesn't really need to be uphill that much. I'm just trying to build it a little bit further away so it is like spared some of the pollution that the rail construction will cause. Let's see if a road would work. We'll have to serpentine that one somewhat. Too steep of a descent. Well, let's get the overlay. I don't think it can catch fire, but I'm not sure. I'm just using the dirt road to draw it out. But might even use it and leave it there. Okay, let's check what the construction train is doing. I clicked the wrong button. What is our construction train stuck on? That's the wrong tunnel. What's your problem? Okay, you were just waiting a little bit. I probably need to signal these up, otherwise they create issues. And then some chain signals here. Hopefully that's enough. Back to road construction. We're getting there. Sure. I will add a pump, because even though this goes downhill, I think sometimes it doesn't really use the most amount of water. So we'll just put in a small water pumping station to make that a non-issue. And feed that directly into the water treatment plant. Those pipes could create issues. They interfere with like any other construction project, so I will slightly move them a little bit further underground. Get that set up. Okay. That's water. Sewage was the other thing. Just a sewage discharge, really. Don't need a pump or anything. But I did need to flatten some space for it. And by flatten some space, I basically need to create a slightly deeper ditch on the edge where it then can fit the sewage discharge. And we only really have one sewage outlet. Taking care of the water treatment plant and the rail construction office. And just a sewage pipe. Yeah. No fancy junctions, no nothing, just straight connection. Rail tunnel is progressing steadily, and the road tunnel is going quickly. It's nice to see. Once the road tunnel is up, we have a road connection, so no more helicopters needed to bring some trucks over here, but we already did, so it's fine. Yeah, depending on if this works, we have or don't have to hook up any storages for this. Workers should be able to walk over here by foot. And we'll connect this one as soon as the road construction itself is done. Which it almost is. Not sure why there was an intersection here, but I guess we have another segment of road that needs construction. The last thing we need is electricity. There will be a substation here once the road is done. And then We don't really need heating. The fire station won't need any, because it's going to be helicopter based, and the rest, the industry itself and the water treatment plant, I don't think need any heating. Yeah, it's just the fire station. I could speed things up a little bit by drawing some extra dirt roads so they can already drive to sections of the construction that are currently inaccessible. But that would create issues come winter. Alright, should be fine. We'll let these things construct via helicopter, because they're currently inaccessible. Fire station will be hooked up as soon as this road finishes. We can use a dirt road for that. Finish the building, then upgrade the dirt road to tarmac for no real reason. Do this. Alright, that road is done. Only one way this would connect. I mean, they can just walk along the tarmac road. There's not going to be much traffic here anyway. That'll be fine. Well, now we're lacking resources. We need more gravel. I guess now we have too many workers here. That's always the way it goes. Come on, let me select it. That is all one construction phase. I fear that it might be started from the other side. But we'll see. Have to hook those up. A little bit too close, I guess. Oh well. Not very pretty. It'll have to do. Well, we're almost done with the tunnel itself. Rail laying phase after the next construction. It's been a while. It's been a long, long time. What's your problem? No gravel. Weird. Oh, we don't have any fuel here. Distribution office for fuel is not keeping up. I guess we do have a lot of vehicles running here, so some delays seem to be happening. Man, if this was all personal vehicles, that would be quite interesting. I think I will try personal vehicles again. With some more knowledge under our belt, maybe that will actually work. Definitely can't build anything as tight as I did here. If every of these residences needs a bunch of parking lots, so we would need spaces for 260 parking spaces. Thankfully, I guess if we build them efficiently, we would just use large parking lots next to residential buildings because they don't have a lot of throughput, but we need the optimized traffic ones next to sections where... Oh, we could start with free parking. Oh man, we can start with free parking right away. We have 4 parking spots. I don't know that. Okay, they have a capacity. No, they have capacity of 4. Are these even limited? I would assume they are not limited. Okay, road depot is 1 out of 7. What about free parking? 5. I don't know why these are limited. Putting down some dirt parking lots seems to be a non-issue. But that means we could start with like personal vehicles right from the get-go. Very few people building a republic based on personal transportation. And then trying to get it to a very high population count with no public transportation ever. And that would be kind of ridiculous. No trains, no nothing, just car. Well, I guess trains would still be needed because cars have like a distance limit of I think 4 kilometers. But supplying workers to like an industry like the vehicle factory, if you want to have 500 people working in there, you would need parking spaces for 500 people around that. And planning that could be a challenge. Definitely not going to try that on a hilly map. That would be suicide. Oh, I know why. I know why there was a road segment that wasn't connected, because I placed this one and that drew out the last part of the road. That makes sense. No excavators? Why no excavator? Are you really driving an excavator from all the way over there instead of using one of these? I don't think so. We will put a stop to that. And you will take one of these, please. Thank you. Don't be silly. So I guess a train export route would be just a train pulling other trains to the customs house, I would guess. But if this has the same bug we had with the combined train set, where the fuel consumption is increased, that would be a problem. Or it could be, I guess. I don't know. We'll try it. Maybe we'll try it. Maybe we'll get there. The tunnel is almost done. I didn't really plan for a loop to go to the western border, which is fine, I guess. If push comes to shove, we can just have an intersection here and cross over, I guess. Like that. Don't think I want to export any trains to the western border. Even though it would be... well, what am I thinking anyway? I can't drive any trains to the western border, we just have a road connection. That whole thought process is obsolete. Never mind. Road tunnel, laying down the tarmac road now. Lots of workers, not enough asphalt. Some wood. Thank you. I guess this road is done, so I can also hook up the water purification plant. Okay. The excavator did its job, so regular construction office can go to the sewage discharge and that pipe. This road is almost done, meaning we can hook up the fire station once it's completed. With a dirt road, that will be fine. So much money. I don't think the construction of the electric wire will take that long. Travel distances for resources are really short. And I think people might be able to walk into the construction site directly for the switches. The cable itself will need buses, but it's just from this bus stop over to construction site basically. Average loyalty of 75. Do we have people higher than that? Yes, we have 80. I guess 80 was the limit. Yeah, 75 is okay. Heating plant has stopped production because it's warm enough. Outside temperature, I mean. Only goes up to 24 and then they stop using heat for heating their homes, thus the heating plant will not have to do something for a while. Road is done. Let's assign construction tasks to the fire station and its heliport. We do have a water supply right nearby. It will be another case of like Poop Lake, but I guess it will not be that bad, hopefully. I think I assigned everything that I could. Maybe not. Some more roads. High voltage wire has been assigned. Man, I remember the time where high voltage wires, you had to build them in one construction task or otherwise it wouldn't work. Like pieces of high voltage wire in the middle that weren't connected to a building couldn't be built. When that one got fixed, that was really, really nice. Or changed. When that got changed. I guess technically it had to be fixed, yeah. Alright, the tunnel stands. Now we just need a rail line going through. And after that, a little bit of rail line left and the whole connection will be done. Our efforts to double track the rail line is also ongoing and progressing. It's nice that you can just draw the electric wires easily across a hill, otherwise that could be also somewhat painful. We haven't had an epidemic in quite a while. Serious health complications, not very infectious. Seasonal event, disappears soon, so not really a problem. I think our hospital was still set up to have expanded capacity, so there should be no problem really. But maybe the health experts are wrong and it's actually a very infectious disease that just doesn't show yet. In any case, we have the population to stem that, especially with so many 21-year-olds waiting for a free flat. Grim prospect, I guess. Alright, let's assign all of these and that. And get the construction of the high voltage wire on the road. We're not going to make our own electricity. That was not the point. I guess I could make my own electricity, I just can't export it. I'm barely using electricity. Let's increase. It's set to 1.8, but we're using 3.4 already? I don't know how that works, but sure. So many workers, so good to see. Gotta finish this road segment, after which we have opened up the route to build the footpath. Yeah, that fuel station is very, very, very busy. Leslie. Fuel station. Maybe I should increase you to like 80%. All resources present for the foundation. The train track through the tunnel is going to feel fast. I hope. There's some amount of distance, but the tunnel construction takes eons comparatively. The road tunnel might be beating it. Because the train takes so long to drive over here and then it doesn't have a lot of resources to do construction. What's your problem? You're waiting for workers. I'm not sure why you aren't picking any up. Oh, is it like there's too many workers in here already? No. Maybe because the resources are missing, so you decide, oh, we don't have resources, I don't need to bring workers anymore. And you are... why are you not bringing any asphalt over? Oh, because we're out of US currency. Got it. We'll take a loan, that's fine. I have money. There you go. Continue as you were. We'll pay that back with exporting buses back. And I was wondering what they were doing. So obvious. They were driving around in circles because they couldn't find any money. All resources are present for the road construction. Maybe the helicopters, or maybe a truck is bringing a paver. Nice to see. There's our excavator. Also good to see that they are using the close one instead of driving it all the way from the town. Well, it's going to take a while. I did already assign some of the construction projects to... I mean, I did assign the rail construction office to already do this rail line, but currently none is free. So we can hook up all of these rail segments already. I wonder if trains should be allowed to bring construction materials to the building construction itself via the rail line. But that would not work because these rail lines wouldn't exist if the building isn't done. I hope we can just drive resources in there. I don't see why not. If a distribution office can do that, we'll just hook up the rail distribution office and it will just probably bring all the resources necessary to the construction site. Okay, let this do its thing. Road construction, rail construction, everything progressing as it should. Start or end building not connected with road. What are you talking about? You're on that side? Okay. That's a normal signal. You're waiting for this block to be free, which is a very long block. But I probably forgot to place signals on the other end. Yes, I did. Okay, so we need a regular signal here. That might have disrupted the whole construction. No, it didn't. Okay, so the train is still here and now it can enter the construction site. Okay. We will have a lot of emigration because all the 21-year-olds that can't find a flat will just move out. But then new ones will show up, so our population count should be pretty steady. If we ever have the 21-year-olds without their own flat like severely decreasing, we know something's wrong. Like maybe a lot of pollution or happiness drop, health drop, something like that. Our life expectancy is quite high, so don't see a problem. Sports enjoyment is also very high. Alright. Start building some actual train tracks. Supposedly. I don't see it building any. Or is it? No, it is building some. It's going really quickly. Cool. Just the travel time to and from the construction site taking a long time, but other than that, tunnel project will finish. And then presumably also the other one. The other rail line after. Should I redraw this power line to not have this kink in here? Maybe go direct. Nah, it's fine. Not gonna change up the construction task, otherwise this whole thing would be interrupted, and I don't want that. Should be driving some workers here. All of our construction office buses are on the road. Any issues here? Sport, tavern, unemployment. That's fine. Unemployment will be dealt with once we get a railway construction line. This will be interesting. I might have to upgrade my distribution office with better engines, so they are also not that slow. Diesel locomotives speed. 120 kilometers an hour is fastest, but that is going to be an upgrade comparatively to the 80 kilometers an hour we have right now. We'll get 3 of those. And we'll remove the other ones. Just use the faster engines. Sell you. Wait for you to come back home. Sold. That hopefully helps a little bit with bringing resources to further away places more quickly. At least it'll upgrade our existing rail lines. What happens if I... Oh, okay, it updates the price. That's good. I was wondering if it would do that or not, and apparently it does. Confirmation price to sell. The train did update as it unhooked the wagons, so you can't sell it for more than it actually was worth. $113 tons of asphalt. We're using a lot of US currency also. I mean, it's not a problem, just noticing. We have to pay back the US currency loan for this to count. Well, that excavator did a lot of work. Oh, I guess it got caught here. Yep, it's doing work. Good. Helipad is almost done. Then we just need the fire station itself and buy a helicopter for it. Nothing extraordinarily difficult for us. That road and rail construction was something of a project. A few lessons were learned, namely a small wind turbine and gas station cannot catch fire, so just plop them down. Double track a long rail line right from the start if you intend to transport workers along it, because workers are time critical. Resources, you can have passing tracks, but if you're using passenger transportation, you need to double track it. Or be absolutely sure that you place a lot of passing tracks very close to each other. Maybe I should upgrade you as well. That strikes me as reasonable. Workplace is full. Sell you. Is it still full? Diesel locomotive speed. Yeah, still full. So I guess we won't be upgrading you until we get rid of all of the passenger trains in here. But I think I can stop exporting. No, I can't stop exporting. I need the depot to be empty. So we'll continue exporting, that's fine. I hope this all works. I think it should. We have water, sewage, we have electricity plant. It's not built yet for this building. We don't need heating. We have workers scheduled to arrive here and help. Let me update this rail line. Leslie, stop. Add one more. Where you unload anyone that goes into any building project or like running industry before they get offloaded as a transfer stop. Otherwise they go here, the buses will snatch them up and they don't go to any building construction project. But the next train arriving would probably drop them all off into construction projects. Right. 2 or 3 more deliveries of asphalt. 4 deliveries of asphalt left with the small trucks. Then the road needs to be rolled out. And the tunnel is done. The road tunnel. Train tunnel still waiting. So the road tunnel will finish before that. Amazing. I don't know if the rail production industry that far away from the town makes that much sense, especially since we want to bring the trains back for export. I just did it over there because basically we already had the passenger platform over there. That's all the reason we had. And I guess I could bring the resources for the rail production line from the western border and then export it to the east, with the idea behind that being the western currency is more stable, so I want to stop stockpiling rubles and get more US currency. So we'll import dollars. We import resources via dollars, build trains and export them to the east. I don't know if we have I guess we have some. Yeah, we must have a western train that we can build and export. We'll continue building a lot of vehicles, buses with eastern resources because they are much closer, but yeah, the trains would basically be there to use US currency to export to the east. And the buses will export to the west by transporting them all the way up the rail line and then offloading them next to the customs house and driving them the last mile with a truck. And that should make us a lot of money, hopefully. We do have to pay back our loan of $1 million US. Okay, just rolling. Just rolling out the road in the tunnel. 1,000 work days. Once the paver gets here, it will speed up. They're currently doing that by hand. There is the option of simply going here, and I could have bought the better paver, I guess. But we don't have the better roller yet, and that one is an Eastern vehicle anyway. But yeah, I could have had the better paver. But the paver was not the reason things went slow. The reason was this slow asphalt deliveries. I'm gonna need a drink. Alright. Better crane. 75 meters. Eastern vehicle. I think we already have 75 meter tower cranes, don't we? Guess not. Road crane. Why is it listed as road crane? What tower cranes do we have then? I thought we had 75 meters. Guess we only had A2 45 meters. Well, that won't do. We need better tower cranes, but can our vehicles carry them? They cannot. So what vehicle could carry a very large tower crane? 13 meters. That one says it can carry 27 tons, but it is a truck with a trailer. I guess the Kamaz can carry that probably. So we need to upgrade our infrastructure to Kamaz vehicles if we want to have the largest tower cranes. One construction helicopter isn't doing anything. Oh, it's refueling. I thought we were done with helicopter construction, but that would have struck me as pretty much false. Double track. Yeah, the double tracking of the rail line will continue after the exports have started. The road tunnel is done, finally. So we have a road connection to the western border. We could export buses via open haul trucks now, but we want to bring them here via train and then drive them the last bit with some trucks. I don't know if I should send out more than 2 trucks. If I send out 3 trucks, we only have 2 parking spaces. That would create a lot of messages about like traffic jams because they can't get into the building because no buses are there. But I can send out 2 of them already. Just be there and waiting for the buses to show up. I wonder if a Kamaz truck could carry 2 of the buses. No? No, it's all hinging on finishing the rail tunnel, I guess. And this last bit of rail line. Which we can turn into a single construction project. Like that. And that. 818 work days, which is about the time that we need to finish the rail tunnel. Travel distances are playing a major role. And I don't see a rail construction vehicle driving here right now, which means that it is probably currently on its way back to the construction office. And that is true. But that's a different rail line. Must be somewhere. Yeah, that's the tunnel. Jawohl. Okay. So we're just sending trains back and forth until the tunnel and the last bit of rail line is actually finished. In the meantime, we're going to build a huge, very long electric wire that already has all the steel it needs and just needs a few electronic components, and then it should be pretty quick construction, hopefully. I hope the electronic components are on their way, because we're already dumping a rather large amount of workers into there. Well, it's starting to move right now, buying them from the customs house. Faster trains look way better. Less traffic jams. I wish we had faster rail construction vehicles. What's the fastest? I think that the SDK, whatever it's called, the EDK is the fastest one, 65 kilometers an hour. 60, 50, 50, 55. It's the fastest one we have. Could be faster. Alright, what's going on here? We did finish the corner of the road, meaning we can assign a bunch more construction projects. What about this construction office? I mean, you have a bunch of vehicles in there. You have a dump truck. You can't reach through the tunnel, unfortunately, but I can manually assign you to construction tasks if I want to. I think I'll add you to the assignable construction offices. This free construction office is obsolete. Man, thinking about building a republic just with personal vehicles sounds stressful. But also, if it's working, you wouldn't have to worry about any bus routes. It would just, you plop down a parking lot and they would just go there, if it is in range, of course. And I think the range was 4 kilometers, maybe 4.5. Something like that. Do we have trains coming here right now? No. All of them are parked because I still have the train depot as the last stop, so they only ran once. We need to update that and send out 2 trains. And that should hopefully bring some workers to the building construction sites that we have over there. I also kind of want to see... I want to ride along with the trains for a little bit. We'll speed things up once we get past the city limits. They're exiting this site because that's where the refilling station is, otherwise they won't find it. And they're taking that corner at relatively sharp speed. safe. These white residential blocks to our left side look way larger in first person than they do comparatively to any other residential building from top-down view. Right, we're past the city limits, so let's speed things up. Oh, right, we need to get into the train stop to pick up some people first. That's fine. The other train is also getting here. First tunnel. And here is where single track starts. I'm not gonna make you wait through that. There are construction trains building and probably blocking this. Did I forget a signal? Here's a signal. If not, there must be a train on the orange path, and there is. So maybe the workers aren't gonna get there in time. 2 hours left. So I'm passing track right now. We also see the construction of the power line going from the right side to the left side, so they are building it in a different direction, but thankfully they can bring the resources to either end, and that still works. Okay. Now if you are fast enough, you can still make it to the stop in 45 minutes. And I think you will be. I believe. Unless you have to slow down again for some reason. 25 minutes. 15 minutes. You made it. Everyone? Everyone. Good. Now their travel time has reset. And the total travel time does not seem to matter. Which is nice, otherwise this whole thing wouldn't work. So any worker on that rail line is trying to find like a building construction project, and those that can't will wait at the train stop. They will probably not find any, because the tunnel construction is now complete. But the building construction sites should be more than enough for anyone to find like somewhere to go, so no one will wait at the platform itself. We don't have any road cranes here, which is unfortunate. Maybe I should plop down a free construction office and fill it with a bunch of road cranes. Road cranes would be very convenient right now. We'll definitely use more road cranes in the future. The tower cranes are a little bit faster, but the road cranes are so convenient. You can just plop down a free construction office, tell every road crane to move to the new one, and then be done. With the tower cranes you have to individually move them over and then also leave like one truck in there to carry them around. What's the construction range of construction office over here? I don't know. That far. We will buy a bunch of road cranes for you. the fast road cranes. The recolorable road cranes, I guess. Orange, please. If orange is not an option, then yellow. We'll get 8 road cranes. And get the construction office assigned to the construction office assignment tool. And then they should bring some road cranes over here if the tower cranes are not available. I don't know if the second train unloaded any workers, probably not. Must have been another delay. It was cut very short, very close to reset the timer at the intermediate station at Poloshevko. But it did work, for the first train at least. But if there's any delay right now with any construction train in the way, it might not happen occasionally. What's the slowdown here? More electronic components. Why is it taking that long? More... A better question would be, why is no one bringing any electronic components right now? Hull trucks. We will buy 2 covered hull trucks for you. I need to upgrade to faster ones. I do like recolorable ones. 4 dump trucks, 6 open hull trucks. Let's do a mass upgrade. 4 dump trucks, speed. 12 tons, 16 tons. 4 dump trucks. Now open hull, these ones would be interesting. They have a lot of capacity and they are also very quick, even though they show down here. They're also recolorable. I'm gonna upgrade to those. And then some covered hull trucks. 8 tons, 12 tons. We don't need that many components usually. I do like the idea of some with an additional trailer, but the semi-trailer also kind of looks neat. I don't know. We'll get 2 of these and then the construction office should be full. High unemployment. Now that the construction projects are slowly finishing up, unemployment is starting to kick in again. Especially next to the rail platform. So this whole production line is basically intended for those people. Get them a job. They'll have to go there for a very long time. But they'll still have a job. That rail tunnel is still taking a long time. And of course they had to bring an excavator over here again, because these ones apparently don't count. Some tower cranes, nice. Next time they drop off workers here, might actually be able to finish this. Well, I mean like a full load of workers, not just 28. When the train arrives and drops off a bunch of workers. Fire station will finish. And then we'll buy a helicopter. And also deliver some fuel into it. Gas station is looking much better now. No more fuel issues. I might need better fuel vehicles also, some that are faster. I did buy some German ones that had like very high road speed but didn't have that much capacity. They're all on the road right now. So we do have the T-138
70 kilometers an hour with 13 tons of fuel. And the W50, which has a higher road speed but can carry less. 80 kilometers an hour and I think 8 tons of fuel it said, 9 tons. Maybe we have something that can drive faster and carry more speed. Yes, we do. Kamaz trucks, 95 kilometers an hour, 16 tons of fuel. We'll do a mass upgrade here. I do like the recolorable option, but we'll get all of these. Okay. That should make fuel deliveries a little bit faster. We've increased capacity by almost double. And road speed by almost 50%. Do we have electronic components in here now? Yes, but not quite enough. One more delivery should do it. And then the high voltage wire will be done all the way to our production line. That rail tunnel, so long, so far away, such slow construction speed. It would have probably worked if I had a rail construction office here. If you can supply resources to a rail construction office directly by train, like, okay, let's see, can I assign the rail distribution office to my rail construction office? No. So we cannot deliver resources directly into the building with a distribution office. And that's also why I fear that we might not be able to send resources into the rail production line that way. Hopefully that isn't the case. Otherwise it would be really convenient to set up. You just need a passenger stop and send the resources directly into the building. Maybe it works if you use a dedicated train. I don't know. We do have a train here. Nope, doesn't work as a stop either. So the rail construction office does not work as a direct stop for resources by train. So we would need to set up storages externally and then deliver them some way. Or I guess what we could do is we could have a cargo train station and hook it up to the rail construction office with a factory connection. Now that would probably work. So you have your rail construction office that has a factory connections. And then will it move gravel over through a factory connection? Probably not. Cargo train station doesn't accept gravel. So you would need a very large aggregate unloading station. And that all seems to be a bit much. Maybe if there was a smaller train aggregate unloading station it would work. They did start building some of the train line here, which is nice. So the building will be hooked up soon. They might also start... Well, I will have to manually assign them. I will tell them to build this track. And we'll leave this track for last, I guess. We need to finish the other line first. And it's taking a long time. But it is progressing. Do you have workers? You don't. unfortunate. Alright, fire station is set up. We'll assign it to be refueled. And we'll get a helicopter. That should be good enough. Should provide fire safety for the area. Hopefully it's enough to put out a fire in the vehicle production line and doesn't require 2 of them. If it does, and it does burn down, I can remove this road connection and build another helipad, I guess. You are waiting for workers. The workers are not assigned. No, they are. We used up almost $1 million US currency. I mean, we're also paying back the loan, but money's going down. So it would be nice to have the rail connection soon. It's taking its bloody time. Unfortunately, I can't use the helicopters to help. I wish I could just send workers directly walking to the rail and laying down some track. But alas, that is not the case. We have to wait for the tunnel to be done, and then finish the last piece of rail track. The high voltage wire has been completed, so we should have electricity next to our vehicle production line. We still have to set up the substation. I guess I can do that right now. I don't think the road was done yet, but can at least place the substation without the road connection. Just as a reminder, and also as a way for me to assign the helicopter construction officers to it. Looks like we're waiting for a paving vehicle here. Lots of dump trucks. And one paver. Okay. Workers have arrived. Good to see. Finishing up the electrical substation here. After that we can start having consistent electric supply here. I guess electricity would be the right word. Meaning that refueling this will always be possible even if the wind turbine doesn't provide any electricity. We need to set up chemical deliveries to the water treatment plant. And I think I'll do that from the western border, not the eastern one. So we'll get it covered. I guess I need to get a covered hull truck from the eastern border. Wait, covered hull? Oh right, we have one. But it's very small. Also, I don't have any road clearing services. We'll get a large eastern covered hull truck. That one. And your task will be to go here, pick up chemicals until fully loaded, and then drive to the water treatment plant once it has been built. We're still waiting for the last construction phase to complete. Only a few more resources, and we can assign you. And yeah, Just need to wait for the pipes. The pumps. Oh man, is that pump connected to electricity? I think it is. It probably should be. I don't think I would make such a mistake, would I? Water pump. Yeah, it's all electricity. It all has range to the substation, it's fine. We do have voltage. Nothing is drawing power yet, so no wattage consumption, but we do have electricity on this side. Hello, Decker. Yeah, you can build warehouses around it, or supply it with like conveyor belts. But the idea was to just plop one down in the middle of nowhere and have the resources be delivered directly with a train into the building instead of having a bunch of connections around it. Because I was thinking of building a rail construction office way closer to the tunnel construction, because it's taking so long. But if I have to set up an aggregate unloading station and all the other nonsense, that would take too much space and effort, I think. And I'll just sit and wait for the tunnel to be built the normal way, as well as this last segment of rail track behind it. They'll probably get it done within maybe a year or two. But yes, the distribution office to specific unloading points will work. I mean, I have that set up already in my town. So I use the distribution office to bring construction materials into our area. So all the 4 construction materials: steel, stone, wood, and prefab panels, as well as gravel. And then gravel can be loaded onto helicopters or road vehicles. And the construction offices take resources from here rather than the customs house, because if they were to take it from the customs house would be really slow and overloaded. And I didn't want that. So we have an unloading point here that is supplied by train with distribution office from the border, leaving the customs house free for things like asphalt and concrete, which I didn't build buildings for. I could also have them internally and supply them with gravel, etc. But I didn't want to. We are making enough money as is, so we can import construction materials. Is the water treatment plant done? Not yet. Still waiting for steel. Should be on its way. And then maybe a train or some buses with a few workers. Let's assign the helicopter construction office as well. I mean, let's assign it to everything, really. Haven't had a fire here yet. What's your deal? Chemicals. Right. Oh, you went ahead and refueled. No, you didn't. What are you doing? Oh, you just got here. You drove all the way and just arrived. Got it. Alright. That's fine. The water treatment plant's almost set up, so I can probably assign you shortly. Maybe. Just gotta wait for some workers. We do have a road crane here, which is very nice. Didn't have to wait for a tower crane to be delivered. We'll wait for that one to get set up. Ah yes, another road crane here as well. I knew they pay for themselves. Finish that phase. Wait for more resources. Oh come on, finish that phase, please. No, no, it's so close. We're not gonna finish that. Contractors. Okay. Can't forget to assign the worker deliveries. I did try to run this whole republic with just single track, but as soon as I started trying to bring workers to that far off point to speed up construction projects, I realized for workers, double track makes a lot of sense. Industry and resources you can do single track, it's fine. They'll take a little bit longer, they can wait for themselves, but at least the resources won't time out and just walk home if they don't get there in time. Man, how would you start a town that only has personal transportation? Probably a vehicle factory also, because buying all the vehicles could get quite expensive and it would get people something to do. But then you would need a lot of parking lots to get them to the vehicle factory. I don't know. But you could build it further away, because they can just ride there if they have a vehicle. I did have a bunch of passing tracks, but it was not enough for the passengers. For the resources it was fine. So let me just repeat what you wrote so people watching later on will know. There's no way single track can keep up over such a long distance, but you could probably have single tunnels with bypass track. Yes, I did build a bunch of bypass tracks that I'm currently trying to merge into the track. So here we have a bypass track, and then that merged back into the normal track, but now I'm extending it to be double track from here. We are still having single track over here. This stop was also used as a bypass track, so trains can pass each other on this stop. Then we have another bypass track here, and that is going to be merged into a double track. Oh, but I have to tear up some of this train line to make this look smooth. Maybe. And double tracking this is currently underway, but it is also still being used. There was a passing track here. The tunnel itself was a passing track, it was 2 tunnels. And then it ended here into the passing track, so this one we already double tracked. I'm not going to touch this one with double tracking, this is fine. And the resource lines over here, single track is fine. We have another passing track over here with like 2 waiting spaces each side. And that'll work fine. We don't have that many resource deliveries on track. It's just that the passenger transportation can drive 150 kilometers an hour and the resource deliveries for the rail construction drive 65 kilometers an hour. So the passengers of the passenger trains decide to walk home because they don't get where they want to go in time. I would do too. If I drive 5 hours by train and I don't get there. Oh yeah, but I did roll. I mean, the other option would have been to serpentine across the hill. And I did not want to do that, so my choice was to build a tunnel right from the start. I did randomly generate this map with the highest hills possible, and it is quite challenging and interesting. Thankfully, we're earning a lot of money from vehicle exports. The whole reason for this run was... Oh, let me just... Yeah, the whole reason for this run was to see if we can run a nation based only on vehicle exports, and it works fine. There's no problem. So we're not exporting any resources, except for some wastewater at the start, but we stopped that as well. And that one doesn't even profit. The only thing we're exporting for profit is vehicles. And we've made 70 million rubles so far. So it is sustainable. As long as it is exporting Western vehicles to the east, you're making a lot of money. It looks so funny to me when the train collapses into the rail end station. I wouldn't have minded the rail end station to be as long as the long train depot or something. It looks a little bit silly. Hello Nordberg. Yes, ja, wir haben Schnee hier. We do have snow. Okay, chemical building is set up. Let's add it as a stop. Unloading until fully unloaded. And then send it on its way. We don't have chemicals yet, nor do we have water. We need the water well and the pump to be finished, but they're getting there. Okay. Hast du Crew Chief installiert? Hast du Webhut-Integration in den Optionen angeschalten? Okay. Sollte eigentlich alles sein. Und dann Startparameter in den Steam-Optionen für Race Room noch setzen. Das ist eigentlich alles. Hallo Chris. This run is taking so much longer than I anticipated. It's taking so long. So bloody long. I wouldn't have completed it yesterday. I'm glad I stopped it, gotta say. Maybe I should make temporary storages for resources here. Okay. Well, can't really take a look at it right now. Sorry. Right. I mean, building construction, etc. is going forward. The rail production line is going to take ages to build anyway. Not sure we'll see that in action. The rail construction building should be in walking distance once the footpath is up. Well, we're waiting for the rail construction office to do its thing, and the trains are very slow. There's nothing we can do but wait. The alternative would be, as I said, building a rail construction office that is closer to where it needs to be. But setting that up is also painfully slow. Maybe 3 more trains to finish this? To finish the tunnel and then start the rail line on the other end. We have run out of US currency again. Meaning there will probably be a bunch of vehicles driving around that can't do anything right now. I'm not going to take out another US loan. Let's disable auto assignment and just unassign everything. And let's prevent loading of resources right now because we're just driving around in circles, wasting fuel. All the resources are present for the water well. Not quite for the pump, just a few bricks missing. After that, both of them can be built. The bricks are getting delivered right now. Yeah, repaying the US loan shouldn't be that much of a problem, I don't think. We're missing 200... No, we're missing 64,000. It's not bad. We can do that with a 2 train deliveries. There's a construction train going to the tunnel. Don't see a passenger train. There's one double tracking our rail line. Another construction train. And we probably have a passenger train waiting here, running out of time. Yep, already over 2 hours, so that one's not going to make it in time. You're waiting, you are waiting, you are running. Okay. We have enough trains in the distribution office for what we're doing. Don't need to increase that amount either. I will probably need to increase it once the train factory comes online. And it will be interesting to see if we can bring resources directly into it. Not sure. If it behaves the same as the rail construction office, then probably not, and we have to set up storages around here, connected via factory connection. One warehouse, one open house storage. Or maybe just a train station to unload them into the building. Because it doesn't need gravel, we could have a cargo train station just hooked up and trains would arrive and just load the resources in. But hopefully the train line will work. If not, it's not a huge change, I guess. What are we missing? Workers. That was loud. Workers. Missing a bit of everything, I guess. All resources present for the groundworks. Excavator moving. I assume you're going to the water substation, and you are indeed. Good. Don't have to bring an excavator all the way from the town. Yeah, building tunnels and workers and resources is very time intense. I guess we need 3 more trains to finish this. Something is blocking. Let's see. Okay, now it's clear. I could speed this up by telling it to teleport home, and that would cut down the time by 50%, but it would also kind of be cheesy. Should probably unassign the helicopter from this one. Finishing the roads would be much better. Can't believe how long this takes, just because the rail construction vehicles are so slow. And driving back and forth costs that much time. If they were carrying more resources, it would be fine. If I could combine them into multiples, so each rail construction segment carries like twice or 3 times as many resources, it would be fine, but no, they carry a very tiny amount of resources per construction task. And they have like workers sitting in the train driving there not doing anything else for a long time. I could remove the tunnel boring machine if I had space, which I don't. I guess I could sell it. It served its purpose for now. We're gonna get another construction train. So we have 4 of them. What better way to speed things up by putting another slow train on the network? Minus 20 degrees right now in game. Let's see how the heating is holding up. It's getting pretty cold, but it is holding. So if we're getting to the minus 20 degrees, some of the buildings do have an issue with heat distribution. But 15 or less is fine. It's getting cold again, minus 17. Those buildings down here are struggling. They're not freezingly cold, but they are getting cold. They're also connected by an above ground heating pipe, which doesn't conserve heat as much. But we did that for aesthetic reasons. So heating seems to still be fine. If I were to expand our population count more, it would become more and more of an issue, I guess. 300 work days and then 800 more on the other side. And then paying back all of the loan. I should really save up some of the buses. They do, but they are not very efficient. Above ground heating pipes look hella comfy. I need to get in the habit of reading what someone wrote if I reply to it, because then if someone watches the video later on, they can follow along. So, heating pipes above ground do not conserve heat as much, which can be checked by checking the heat water tank. So we have heating pipes that go from here to these heat exchangers or heating pumps, and then we have an above ground pipe which goes to this one, and they are about the same distance, but you can see that the one that has above ground pipes already lost 9 degrees Celsius from that distance, just because of the above ground heating pipe. But they do look very nice. It's just not that efficient conserving the heat. They are faster to set up at the start, but underground pipes are way more efficient. Need less coal to maintain the heat, etc., because you're wasting less. And during significant cold snaps, like right now, the areas that are supplied by underground pipes can stay a little bit hotter than the ones that are not. So, estimated drain 44% versus 61%, give or take, depending on how they even each other out. This one has an estimated higher drain, but it's still supplying more heat to the surrounding buildings than this one, because the population count in this area is way higher. Train's coming back. Buses with workers starting their travel towards here. Road should be cleared, they should all get there in time. We did make sure of that. Road clearing does not happen on this side, it's not important. We do have enough fuel in the fire station to supply it at least a little bit, but if the fuel does run out, we might have to take another US currency loan. Did we get any people on the train? Yes! Wow, cool. It made it here in time. Awesome. We're also getting people walking into the construction site of the rail production line. Not that we have enough resources here yet, because the road isn't quite done yet, but it's getting there. It's just finishing rolling. We do have enough water, so once the water pump and the water tower are set up, we'll start storing that and distributing it as necessary. I wonder if this whole rail production line will finish before we get the rail line done. It would be a bit ridiculous, but it might happen. Alright. Let's assign all of the resource vehicles to here. Helicopters, workers, everything. We can also start construction of the substation. Okay, that'll complete. Just need the water tower. A little bit of steel. Maybe a tower crane. Finish that one up. And the water substation, which still needs all the resources. Okay. I did not need the web dev command to get it to work in race room. Yeah, link alarm. Well, it's good if it works. Glad to hear that. Gut, dass es funktioniert. All resources present. The deliveries of resources to the railway production line is going to take a while. But we do have a lot of vehicles. And all of them are moving. Goodbye, Nordberg. So our customs house is probably going to be overloaded with trucks picking up asphalt and concrete. I didn't want to move that inside of our nation, but that's what happens if I don't. Very, very slow to load. That train is already empty. Alright. We do have 4 construction trains now, so things will be a little bit more slow. Looks like there's a train. Oh yeah, it's moving back right now. We have this building project. Oh, we're almost done with that one. And we can link it up as a double track. Now, do I want to tear this up and make it look pretty, or do I just want to say screw it and hook it up like this? I think, since I put all of this in place, I can just say screw it. Like that. Yeah, that should be fine. Trains can still move through here. We'll finish the construction from the left side all the way to the end. And then we'll have a double track all the way there. No plan for double tracking this yet. Wouldn't be a huge undertaking. I don't know. Oh god, that traffic, while having customs being as fast as dedicated cement plants, would be a bit too much. I wouldn't mind if the loading speed would be slowed down for cement and asphalt. What I do mind is that those vehicles only have one vehicle moving at a time. I want all of them being occupied and loading at the same time. It's just slow for being slow's sake. Like, it could send 5 vehicles at the same time into here, and then have 5 vehicles exiting. But it's not even using all of the loading gates, because they are just so goddamn slow. Makes no sense to me. That's why I set up the rail line and bringing the construction resources into the Republic. Otherwise, getting steel and other materials would have been even slower. And food is also on the rail line, just to prevent any traffic jams on the customs house creating issues. But yeah, the large customs houses are basically a lie. They trick you with showing you 5 loading gates, and you can't even use all of them. Just because they take so long to drive in and out. But that's the way it is. And I think the developers already acknowledged it. There's even a mod to change it, but I'm very, very sparse on using mods. I only have a small hospital and I have a tiny university, and I am not using any of them right now. I tried using the tiny university, but it went obsolete pretty quickly. It's good for things like villages, I guess. But we don't have any. All resources present for the water tower and the water substation, and also plumbing. Water tower should fill up instantly. And it does. So we just have 2 more buildings that need to be built. So the whole water system seems to be working fine. Seems to be pretty polluted. 94%. That looked way brighter than it actually is. I thought it was way worse. If we finish this rail production line before the rail line to the west actually finishes, that would be ridiculous. 2 more trains. Why are you waiting? You're waiting to drive back. Changing. So there's a train currently moving here, yes. With no workers, of course, because it took too long. There's one waiting here. Everyone's going home now. Unfortunate. The extra construction train that I sent onto the rail network is proving to be a problem. Not proving to be a problem. Heating plant stopped production. That's not the time to do that. I guess I need maybe 1 or 2 more buses to help. That would be you. We have 3 buses on that line. Let's add a 4th one. Can't wait for the passenger trains to run efficiently. If we double track everything until here, that would be really helpful already. But I think we need to double track everything. However, if we double track this one, this would become the wrong way, kinda. I guess we could double track until here, turn in, and double track here again. Haven't started construction on this rail line. Have we? No, we have. It's running. Okay. Yeah. Seems to all be okay. This is how efficient Customs House could be. Unloading at construction sites goes really quickly. Parallel parking spaces, just dropping off all the resources. It's really nice. But they don't make that happen because they need a reason for the player to upgrade their infrastructure. If you can just rely on the Customs House, it could defeat the point, I guess. But there are some inconsistencies where you can just use a small Customs House and it's more efficient than a large one. Because the travel time in the small Customs House is way less because the distance to each parking space is way less. So yes, you might have a longer queue in front of the small Customs House, but it will cycle through the vehicles way quicker than a large one. So there is a little bit of discrepancy there that they need to fix. So many workers. Come on, vehicle rail construction office. Rail construction office. I just named it vehicle factory. Send 2 more trains here, please. I mean, you could send. What the other thing that could help is if a rail construction office could send multiple trains to the same construction task. Like this tunnel could easily take all 4 trains building it. They would just have to queue up and wait. But then the whole driving back part would just be fine and not matter. I would like that to be the case, where I could send multiple trains to the construction task. Or even, once the train starts moving back, it will already accept another train. Right now this train is moving back from here and it won't get another train until it actually arrives back home at the office. So there's 1 train that was assigned to it. I don't see it. This must be one of them, which isn't assigned to it anymore. Just like how the asphalt dumpers. Well, the asphalt dumpers, yeah, they just no, they queue up in the construction site themselves. For trains that wouldn't really work. I know what you mean, but there wouldn't be any space for them to queue up because the trains, of course, need to get back out of the line. I mean, they can be sent onto the network if there's space. Like if I have a double track, they could line up already. Of course, that could create issues if you have a network that isn't large enough to accommodate for vehicles waiting for their turn. But the least that they could do is that if the train leaves the construction site, a new one should be already on its way. Right then. It should not have to wait for that train to get back and then send out a new train. That would pretty much double the speed of far away rail constructions. I think that would be enough. We're just waiting for one of these trains to get back home before it assigns a new one. I don't know which one. Oh, now it finished. Probably the red one. No, it's the grey one. Alright, 2 more times, please. Hopefully. With the road construction projects, you have the benefit of you can park like 6 vehicles or more just on the construction site and they'll wait until it's their turn. For the rail construction, you don't have that. It kinda encourages you to build rail construction offices close to where they should build, but it also kinda defeats the purpose of how a rail network is constructed. You don't really have a rail construction office every few kilometers, do you? Maybe that's a suggestion I should make on the Discord. If a rail construction vehicle starts moving away from the construction site it was at, it would already allow a new construction train to be sent to that construction site. It's amazing how long it takes to finish that stupid tunnel. And I can't help it anyway except for building a construction office that would be closer. Just so the train does not take that long going back and forth. Okay, let me get the rail construction office and assign it to this task. The other ones will be done later. This railway production line is going much quicker than the tunnel. Way too quick. Comparatively. It's no contest. Alright, we also still need to finish this rail line, especially if we want to use this production line. I don't think it will accept resources. I think it will behave like the railway construction office and will demand the resources be delivered externally and then moved into the building rather than just driving them in. But maybe not. It would be nice if it doesn't need that, but we'll see. I'm tempted to just teleport trains back and forth. Here's our tunnel construction train. I could cheat it. I could speed it up. Once it's done, just say it, just go back to your workplace, and it instantly moves back and comes back out. Cuts 50% off construction time. Most of it is traveling. My god, that's a tunnel. Alright, we are here. We need to be here. Then we need to finish the rest of the rail line. Let's see. We have less than 200 workdays. If you take 92 workdays off of this, it'll be good. If you take less off of that, it'll be bad. Also, you're very slow traveling along the construction site. 24 kilometers an hour. You're almost there. Come on. There you go. Almost. Alright, how many workdays will you take off of this? Will we be left with more than 92 or less? Like just add 2 more trailers to this thing and I would be happier. Well, I probably wouldn't be happier. I don't know. It just has way not enough resources to make the deliveries worth their while. And I don't want rail construction offices to become obsolete that quickly. Okay, 1 more delivery and this thing will be done. And yes, I will teleport it home. I don't care. Go home. See? That's quick. It would have needed to wait for it to travel all the way back home for a new train to assign itself to this task. It's ridiculous. I mean, we're still waiting for a train to do that. No one is moving out right now because we don't have the resources in here. I hope we have enough resources for it to move out. I should remove some bricks, there's way too many bricks in here. Okay. This one's not being built. What is the issue right now? Probably waiting on resources. I should probably lower the amount of bricks in here, now that the tunnel constructions are done. Let's see, if we do this to 30... No, that wouldn't be enough. 25, 50, 75, 85. There we go. Remove all those bricks. Throw them into the countryside. I think we have now that many trains that we don't have enough resources to supply them. I probably need to set up a rail construction office that actually has external storages. Because we are waiting for resources to be delivered before new trains go out. Are they being delivered? I think they're being delivered from the customs house. Oh no, we also have the internal storages hooked up, so we should be bypassing that. Yeah, hooking that up to a train line would speed things up considerably. Would give the distribution office another thing to do, but they are very good at it. And they're not overloaded at all. Overworked, I mean. Someone moving to the tunnel? Not yet. Doesn't need a lot of resources, but apparently other construction tasks are currently more important. We have the steel, we have the gravel, prefab panels. Everything is present. Let's set it to high priority. And also the rail line after that, once it becomes accessible. Going to test it. Good news. This distribution office does support the train production line. If it does, then that'll be very convenient. Thank you. Hopefully you're right. We'll find out. Man, we already went through like a third of the construction of the building. And the groundworks is a slow bit. Now this phase should go rather quickly because, well, we have like a lot of hull trucks moving things. I should upgrade my hull trucks. The ones that I do have are kind of low capacity. I mean, they're probably all on the road right now. I should also upgrade these dump trucks. They're low capacity and not even the fastest speed. Dump trucks. Sell all vehicles. Speed. Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna upgrade these right now. There's still these slow 62 kilometers an hour trucks. They're way too slow. We're gonna upgrade those to fast ones. We'll go ham with resource deliveries now. That will triple our resource delivery speeds once they get set up and refueled. Hopefully it'll be worth it. Water supply has been established. Can't believe there's still people getting here with trains. That's cool. We have a supply of like 70 cubic meters of water. That's not that important because if no people get here, we're not consuming water, and then we also don't have any workers in the water treatment plant. I'll leave it at 5 workers, it's fine. Now, did we send out another train? Please. No train yet. Maybe me teleporting the train back did break things, I don't know. What tasks do we have assigned here? We do have 4 construction projects, this one being almost done and being the tunnel. It's not sending out any trains out, it looks like. Okay, that one is moving. And the other 3 are not. I think one of them just started. Maybe not. No, it did. And it is going to the tunnel. Good. If I hook this up with the rail distribution office, I will probably need a few more trains in the distribution office itself. To make sure that we still have supplies to our food storage. Oh yeah, sure. You can change the it works in standard, assuming it would work in realistic too. You can change the difficulty to realism in here on the fly. So you could change realistic mode on and off in the options menu while the game is running. There's our resource deliveries. Very good. Lots and lots of resources. Come on, unload quicker. Okay. Wait, those ones aren't blue. Where's your location? Power trucks. I thought I bought a bunch of blue and white ones. Oh, you. Okay. Yeah, you're a different one. I did upgrade you earlier. Not gonna recolor all of you manually now. Didn't have any escapes of prisoners last year and this year. Seems to all be working fine as well. We are increasing... Well, I thought we were increasing loyalty. I guess I need a few more warders to make that happen. We can do that. Let's turn these buildings back to lower loyalty residences. Yeah. Leave it as that. Why is it taking so long to build that silly train line? If the rail construction office does allow resource deliveries directly into the building, that would make it a very convenient thing to set up for making money. Because all you need is like a license for a US-based rail train, and then you can export it directly via rail. So you bring the resources by train, you export your stuff by train, you bring the workers by train. Ah, we got some road cranes now. Construction speed will be improved, just need the resources now. There's our tunnel construction train. We will need to assign the rail line after that tunnel as soon as it finishes. I also should reduce the amount of workers in the rail construction office. It's so much wasted labor just for the train to drive along the track not doing anything. Very annoying. I guess it's keeping people employed. Alright, and now you do your very slow drive along the tunnel and finish that tunnel, please. Thank you. How much is it? 74 work days. Okay. We will be able to do that. Trains waiting too long does happen. I don't mind. It's all because it's not double tracked. You're already empty. That happens. You will be empty in 2.5 hours. We almost finished this train line. After that, all this area will be double tracked. How's the tunnel? Still see the construction icon? You can do it. You have to do it. You must. And then we take as much time as we did to finish laying down the rail in the tunnel to lay the rail line after the tunnel, it looks like. It should already continue building the rail line out of the tunnel, because it's no different than laying the rail line inside the tunnel. I think I'll just continue without driving back. So it will auto-assign itself. Yep, don't have to do that. The last segment of rail has started. Tunnels are done. Oh, I don't like the tunnel. Oh no, we have to demolish the whole tunnel and rebuild it. Doesn't look good. Have to redo that. Blueprints for trains is kinda expensive, but that is what loans are for. Yep. I mean, if you get it set up, it works fine. I will have to take out a loan to get the US-based train blueprint, I guess, if I'm allowed to buy it. I didn't take a loan out to buy the blueprint for the Mars 305 bus. But looking back, I probably should have. Would have been faster. I wasn't sure if it was going to be that profitable, and it bloody well is. Alright, let's get maybe 2 more trains. I've got 2 of them, but I only see 1 driving. Yep, my immersion is broken. Demolish that tunnel and remake it. Actually, just generate a new world. I will do that after I finish the export route. Then I'm making a new world in a new series. And I think it will be one that is trying to use personal vehicles exclusively. No more buses. And that's probably going to be even more painful with how much parking spaces you will need. If I don't use an underground garage mod, that could be really, really, really painful. I thought I would make something like a 50,000 plus inhabitants of my republic kind of run, with not being allowed to import any food ever. But I also kind of like the idea of just making a republic based on personal transportation, no public transportation, except trains for long distances if needed. I wonder if people would take a train to somewhere and then take a personal vehicle from a parking space there to drive somewhere. Because then you could use like personal vehicles as kind of a public transportation, where the vehicles are basically loaner vehicles. But then of course they might just drive them to a parking spot where they shouldn't go. I don't know. We could make islands of personal vehicles where they can drive from park and ride kind of style parking from a train stop to their factory and then drive back and go back home via train. I don't know. That helicopter landing spot is kind of dangerous. Alright, keep going please. I haven't done much with personal vehicles yet. I tried them out and they clogged up my road network, so road planning would also become way more difficult, I think. Lots and lots of parking spaces, lots and lots of congestion on your road infrastructure. This would not work with personal vehicles. This would be way too much chaos. I think maybe Workers and Resources doesn't work that well with personal vehicles, but I would be trying to find out, I guess. Could also just be a test stream. Maybe not as serious. We'll see. I guess the first stream would show. If every person really needs their own vehicle and there's no ride sharing. 500 vehicles going to the vehicle factory. It's kind of ridiculous. I guess that would be the republic that is adjacent to this republic, where we exported a bunch of personal vehicles at the start. That one got all of the personal vehicles for cheap, and they're just driving around and causing chaos on the roads. Yeah, I would need to find out how to set up parking spaces in an efficient manner. I mean, even the TV station uses like 190 workers, which would be, if we have very large parking lots with 30 workers, that would be 7 parking lots. Seven parking lots full of personal vehicles. One thing I noticed is that people in personal vehicles do not seem to have decreasing patience, so they can wait and drive for as long as they want. I'm not 100% sure that was the case, but I did click one and it did not seem to count down their time. Maybe it was because they were stuck in traffic, and if they're not moving, the time doesn't count down. I don't know. This building will get done before the rail line gets done. Ridiculous, but also funny. We did pour way more resources into it because we upgraded our road network. Those trucks have a way tighter turning radius, meaning that they can't really get to their unloading platforms. Not cool, but I guess it is what it is. That many workers doesn't really help us. No train moving towards this construction site yet. Well, once this is set up and we bring workers here, they can just make trains for us. We'll have to take out a loan and buy the blueprint. So I guess we would be exporting Mars buses to the west and trains to the east after this is done. We'll have to see how the money works out. Starting a republic with personal vehicles and all mud roads, that would be a thing. A thing of pain and beauty. Okay, how many vehicles are currently heading towards this construction site? Way too many buses, some more resources. Doesn't look too bad. I wonder if the distribution office trains are having trouble keeping up with the demand of resources. Could be. I mean, if there's like 12 trucks picking up 20 plus tons of resources at the same time, there would be issues. How many open hull wagons do we have in here? Stake wagons, I guess. Doesn't look like we have any. So they are all mobile right now. Guess we need a few more. Can I buy a train, please? No. We already have a bunch of stake wagons here, but they were intended for vehicle exports. You can't go here. Ah, conundrum. Alright, let's sell some of these trains to make room. Is one enough? Okay, one is enough. We'll move all of these stake wagons over, replacing the ones that we have. Because they have way more capacity. I guess I don't really need to do it that way. I can just assign the train to the line and just drive it over. Before you do anything, you'll move back. Before you get roped into any activity. Yeah, that'll speed things up again. Looks like we had a little bit of a shortage on resource deliveries, so that should help. And these ones we might be able to sell, or not. I'll leave them there for now until construction projects have subsided, and then probably upgrade all of the stake flats to better wagons. Because they will be used all the time, I guess. Yep, we have a shortage of steel and bricks. Well, the trains should take care of that now. I could drive 5 more. I can drive 5 more in there. Cargo wagons, capacity. Get 5 of those. And then order our train to bring them over. Pick up wagons. Unload wagons. Don't wait until fully loaded. And then drive back. Do that once, please. Okay. While that one is happening, let's take another look at our train line and be annoyed at how slow it is. It hasn't moved. But there is a train moving towards it. So we need about 8 trains to finish this, maybe 9. Very slowly. It's almost done. Jesus Christ. Just 3 more trucks with steel and some mechanical components and it's done. That went quickly. We do have a connection via train line as well, so we can immediately start delivering resources, and then all the workers that get brought here by train can start working. All we gotta do is take out a loan, buy a US-based train blueprint and produce it. And I guess bring a train over there so we can actually run exports. I guess we don't need to bring the train there, we just need to set one up. Train, diesel, speed, okay, one more. So, I guess our train already brought all of the flatbed wagons over. Right? No, we only have 5. So you didn't pick them up? No, you did. Did you... Where did they go? They might be on the track right now. I guess it's only showing which ones are in the building? Probably. So these ones are currently outside. These ones are in here. I would have assumed that it showed all of them. Let's sell these old ones. I'd definitely buy 5 of them and try to move them into this building. Also, if they are still in the building, they would show up here, wouldn't they? Anyway, let's try the same thing again. Cargo wagons capacity. Get 5 of them, they're in here. Get our delivery train to a run. There's 5. Now it's working. Probably only will load... Okay, it will only load 4. So we have 1 left. Gotta do that loop once more. And after you're done, I'll switch you to the stop right away. Factory set up. Now we need a blueprint. Oh my god. Holy... Okay. They are nice and pricey. Can we afford that? No. We can't. Interesting. Well, I could work around that by exporting a few things to the western border via helicopters. Why do you have a truck? Sell that. Does that mean we're lacking a covered hull truck over here? For our construction purpose? Yes, it does. Alright, I want faster trucks over here as well. That one is obsolete. Open hull. Covered hull. Okay. As I was saying, what I could do is export some things that give a lot of money to the western border and make some money that way. I don't know how much a helicopter would be able to take from what I'm going to do, but we'll find out. Oh, I bought the open wagons, not at the customs house. I bought them here. No wonder I wasn't able to pick them up. Well, that explains it. So there's a thing that you can deliver that has a lot of monetary value for how small it is. Sorted by value. It would be a container. These things. They weigh 4 tons. Our helicopter can carry supposedly 13, so we would be able to carry 3 of them. I hope I bought them at the right customs house this time. Yes, I did. So if we run this one from the Soviet border to the western border, wait until unloaded, and then go back to the stop. Let's hope you can load all 3 of them. We should be making some amount of money. That is above average. Basically about the price of a Mars bus times 3. 150,000 US dollars. And if we keep doing that for a while, we might be able to afford the loan. Together with the loan, the ability to buy the blueprint for the train. Buying these nuclear casks is quite click intensive though. So I would prefer if we could actually get this rail line built, and I can just do it with the Mars 305 buses instead. I mean, I could also drive the nuclear fuel via road. That might actually be more convenient. Is that something that I want to do? Have a convoy full of trucks driving nuclear fuel across to the other border? Four tons, that would be 4 per truck. I don't know why this one is listed as highest value in order. Well, you can see our money draining from me buying a bunch of nuclear fuel. But I have decided that I will do that. Ah, the smell of gamma radiation and beta ionization. What a sweet deal. Indeed. We'll get 4 vehicles to do that. Pick up any vehicle here. drive to the western border all the way across. I mean, we have a road connection now, might as well use it. We could also deliver the nuclear fuel via train to this stop, but the train line isn't set up yet, so can't do that. Set this up and start it. Once the other vehicles have refueled, we'll assign them as well. These two and one more, I guess, somewhere. That's how you make money. Selling nuclear fuel to the west. Or in the beginning in the reverse. Just buy a bunch of nuclear fuel with a western loan and never pay it back. Looks like we can load 3 casks. The Kamaz truck might have been able to load 4 of them. Oh well. It's also on a trailer with a swivel connection. Very secure. Alright. Go out there and make us some US currency, please. It's gonna take a while to transport them, but it's fine. Should be faster than the helicopter. I mean, not per delivery, but just more volume being shifted at the same time. Oh yeah, and our production line is set up so I can actually start delivering resources into there. Can't forget that. And it works! Thank you! That is very good. Now, one problem that I can see with that is us not having enough boxcars. So we might be taking boxcars away from delivering resources to our citizens for buying food, etc. So I should probably get a few more of those. Let's get 5 of them and run our delivery train, bringing the new boxcars to the distribution office, making sure that we keep our citizens fed, clothed. I don't know what the verb for electronics is, but I guess entertained will do. Can you load all 5 of them? Yes, you can. Alright. That should be good enough. And the other thing we need is basically bringing all the workers over. And for that we're double tracking this whole thing. Did we finish this one? It looks like it is finished. So this one can become a regular signal. I hope this didn't kill the supply of trains to the construction site. That's a lot of double track right now. It ends right here, goes into a single line, and then it continues being double tracked all the way until the end. Just need to finish the construction. No workers here yet. I mean, we don't have a train to build. I guess I could produce like the ones that we are using, the DR class 119. Sure, let's buy a license for that, why not? Might as well have something to build if nothing is happening right now. I need to also see what resources we need. So steel has its own storage, so we don't need to worry about that. We need mostly plastic, half as many electronic components, way many mechanical components. Okay, so very little fabric. 4 tons of plastic, 18 tons of mechanical components. So we definitely need this mechanical components thing to be the most of the storage. Then some plastics, some electronic components. I don't think we need electronics. That is 80, 90, 100, something like that. Maybe we need electronics for the western train, we'll see. Oh, you're carrying extra electronic components that you can't really unload right now, so let me help you with that, maybe. There you go. And a lot of fabric, but I guess we'll just have a bunch of fabric sitting around now. We did a delivery of nuclear fuel to the western border. Got $500,000 US. We need about 3 million in total for that to actually work. So we can buy the production license. We can take about a loan of like 5 million, 6 million US currency, 6.5. And the production license cost, I think, 8.5-ish. Okay, only 8. So we don't need that much more. We need 1 million. Our trucks should be able to do that. And then we'll pay it back with in kind, hopefully. This train line. So close. Why are you waiting that long? Construction train, right? Oh no, there's a train coming the other way. It does actually have workers. They have 20 more minutes to get there, which they won't do, I don't think. It's close, but not quite. 5 minutes! Come on! No, too late. And goodbye. Well, next time. Double tracking is still ongoing. Things are speeding up a little bit every time. So yeah, we have a lot of trains now running in parallel on this double track, which is going to speed things up. How many nuclear fuel containers do I have in the customs house? 20, plus another 40. So the trucks will be busy for a while. But I do need to keep in mind that I eventually want to get rid of them again. Should definitely be enough to buy the train blueprint. I do not like this dirt road. Looks kind of weird from this angle. And this angle. I don't know. Alright, let's turn that to 15 and this to 5. Allows some electronics if we ever need them. We might have to readjust that depending on whatever the western train needs. Maybe electronics are necessary for making electric trains. I need to think about maybe making a blueprint where you have like a rail construction office that is just based on a wind turbine and all of the delivery buildings around it. So you can just plop that down wherever you need to. No plastic yet. You can pick up everything, so plastic should be included. More passengers, 1.5 hour. There's 2 trains coming the other way though. Where's the passing track? Oh right, that was the long bit that did not have a passing track. Yep, that double track is sorely needed. You will make it. But we don't have a train to be built right now. I guess we're gonna make one. Make an eastern train. Just for testing. And then we need to set the line to export it. Missing plastics. Well, are we gonna get plastics? Distribution office says it's not moving anything here. Minimum wagons 2. Let's lower that to 1. So you can send out a single train load full of plastics and electronics. But that's working. And for export, we're going to use the unassigned train. Picking up any vehicle here until you're completely full, so multiple trains at the same time, and deliver them to the Eastern Customs House. And then I would like you to refuel on purpose. I don't know if you would do that if I assign you that way, but we'll try. Load anything. I don't think it works like that, but we'll try. Go to the diesel station right away. I want to see if that works. I don't think you have any fuel issues yet, so you don't... Well, I guess you're refueling. We'll see if it works. If it runs into any issues, we'll have to send it back to the depot and maybe make an intermediate stop. An intermediate gas station. Or just an end station for them to drive through. One train should be enough to handle the exports, I guess. It shouldn't run into any fuel issues. Unless it has the same problem that our train sets had, where when I combined them, they had like an exorbitant amount of fuel consumption. Still missing plastic. Train is on its way though. That one is on its way. 6 more trains needed, approximately. We are getting there. It will finish. I know it. We'll get set up for exports of Western trains in the meantime. I could also bring the resources from the western border into this production line via trucks. Could have a distribution office just picking them up from the border. Because the resources from the eastern border are going to get more and more expensive over time. Basically devaluing our ruble currency as time goes on, whereas the US currency is going to stay more stable. Construction train. Ballasros, I don't know. Oh, that's probably the new last bit of rail line. Yeah, the tunnel is already done, so. Then we have our double tracking here. I should probably put in the signal so it doesn't drive that slowly along the construction side. There's the plastics. There's an empty train full of no workers. There's our export train. How full is the export train fuel-wise? Ah, plenty. No problem. Yeah, I think once we have this double-tracked, the entrance and exits for the high-frequency areas, it'll be fine. Kindergarten on fire. There's one nuclear fuel. So we need 1.5 million about to make that license purchase. I'm so happy that you can actually deliver resources via train. Not sure why they don't allow that for the rail construction office. Might make it too easy to sprawl out. I don't know. But the current rail construction is kind of slow. I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I am repeating myself. So, double track all the way until the passenger station. This going to the western border is going to remain single line. We're not going to make two tunnels for this. That would be ridiculous. But yeah, I guess if I had a train here, I could make another rail construction office. I could basically plop down a rail construction office right here now and supply it with resources and workers from the western border. Because I do now have access to bring a train onto this side of the mountain. Now, what would be faster? I don't know. According to building this large building that took like 15,000 work days of construction time, building the rail construction office on the other side of the mountain might actually be faster. And getting the track finished is the main problem, but a temporary one. Yeah, the main problem is time. Should I just plop down a rail construction office? No. It also needs to be connected up by a train line, and that would take away from the other rail construction, so in the end it would probably be about even, so we're not going to do that. I'll just sit here and wait. One more export of fuel, and we should be able to take out the loan. No. I would need to hook it up and either drive a track builder there via truck, or just wait for one construction train to build that little short segment to hook it up. But it does not have a disassembled track builder, I don't think. It has very few vehicle choices right now. I could probably fly a disassembled track builder into this vehicle storage and then transport it over. That would actually be quite fast. It's tempting. 5 more trains or start another construction project. What is the helicopter doing? Oh, it's still flying nuclear fuel around. Sure, keep doing that. In the meantime, you're gonna get a new task. Eastern border. Oh, I get. I just realized that they're probably going to sell the disassembled vehicle to the west. Because that's what I'm currently doing. No, I'm not. That should be the last helicopter delivery. Every other nuclear fuel is placed in this place. Alright. You pick up any vehicle from the Soviet border and then bring them, deliver them to the landing pad here. And then you should go back to your landing pad basically. Sorry for scrolling around that much, but I have to. It should be a one-time thing. Which also means I guess we are going to start construction of a rail construction office here. It's taking way too long. And the disassembled rail construction vehicle could have been used earlier already. We are not going to hook up the train line first. I am going to use a tarmac road though, I think. Something like that. Hello Liversum. Welcome. Welcome to Train Line Building Simulator. We also need a distribution office, so I better get on building that as well. You can auto search, it's fine. I will get you a few more vehicles. Four dump trucks, 4 open hull trucks, maybe 1 covered hull truck. No, we already have a covered hull truck. I'm not gonna use a free distribution office. I want this to look a little bit tidy, I guess. It'll be fine. Just need more vehicles. One distribution office should be able to handle the resources that are needed to run this. We do need our... Wait. Don't don't do what I think you're going to do. Go back to the vehicle depot, please. Otherwise, you're just gonna sell the. You're gonna sell the thing that you shouldn't sell. The disassembled rail construction vehicle that is gonna land here anytime soon. Well, tidy in the sense of it is actually a building made in the style of a brutalist architecture building, not a muddy building with a few roadblocks as a fence, I guess. So tidy in that regard. Alright, this train is currently moving. Once this one moves back, we are going to hook this up on both sides. And then we'll have to transport the disassembled train in here. I think I will build by a second one. We're gonna move 2 in here. We're gonna overkill this. So I guess once you have a helicopter construction office, you can do these things. Just fly vehicles directly over there and start building things. Do we have enough money to take out the loan and do what we wanted to do? I think yes. Uh, 620. Okay. Sorry guys, we're gonna... Well, you can finish that train, that's fine, but we're going to switch to better trains after. And they're building trains. At least when they get here, they're building some trains, but they are building some. Alright. Nuclear fuel, because why not? Yeah, I think this will be faster. It shouldn't be that difficult to set these things up. Oh, I guess I need something else. I need excavators, but oh, I will bring an excavator here via helicopter. Letting it drive along the road is gonna be painful. Do we have US-based excavators yet? No. Alright, so... Oh, the excavator might be too heavy. Speed 58. I guess we're gonna get some road excavator. Speed. Get 1 excavator. There's our first disassembled vehicle. Ready to be brought into the rail construction office. 1 more incoming. That excavator is going to take a while until it gets here. I could carry it with a truck, but I could also be lazy and not care. There's our construction train. I talked about that train getting there at some point and then doing something, and in that whole time, I mean, the excavator is almost as fast as the construction train. So we'll have to wait for a few minutes before that one gets here as well. But then finishing these buildings should be relatively quick. It's mainly resources and digging things out with an excavator. Hello, Void Hyacinth. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Welcome to the stream. We are witnessing rail line construction simulator. We are building a rail line all the way on the western border with a train rail construction office all the way on the eastern border, and it has been painful. So now I'm building a new rail construction office over here, and I think it will be faster than this rail construction vehicle moving back and forth. It's been a long time. A very long time. I will know better next time. Thank you for the follow. I will know better next time, and if I ever do such a long rail line again, I will just plop down a vehicle storage and a helipad and deliver materials and everything to just build a new rail construction office. I will not do this nonsense again. I have been playing this game for 655 hours in total. I just checked my Steam overlay. So a decent amount of time. Still learning new things, as you do. Okay, we need more workers. Where's the bus? The bus is delivering workers to this road instead. Yeah, the excavator can't come quick enough. Alright, construction train is done. Let's hook up this construction office. And that'll be that. And we just need to wait for the road to finish, fill it up with resources, and bring our two disassembled construction trains in there. I do recommend it. It is quite a difficult game to get into, but if you like games where you can learn a lot of things, it is rewarding in that regard. It doesn't hold your hand as much as City Skylines or SimCity, and the UI can be intimidating and confusing, but it is a rewarding game, I think. We do not designate like a zone for buildings to be built. Everything has to be manually placed and planned, so there's quite a bit of overhead to get a running city going. But the game can also be customized to what you want to do. So if you do not like the water systems or the electricity or the fuel consumption of vehicles, those things can be turned off if you don't like them. And me having to build everything manually, waiting for vehicles to get here to get things built is also an option. You don't have to play it with that. Usually you have a quick build option where you can just click a button and build the building with money instead of bringing all the resources and workers necessary to be constructed. That is optional. Where's the excavator? It is not moving? It is moving. Oh, it's 57. It's just out of fuel. Well, it's almost there, next to the vehicle, the train production facility, but it's getting there. Maybe I need another one. Okay, this road is done. Distribution office is going to be constructed momentarily. Don't need a lot of resources for that. We will have to wait for vehicles to get here. Well, I will shift some vehicles from the construction office into the distribution office. That should be enough. All resources for the first phase of this road are there. 56 tons of gravel. Just need an excavator or a bunch of people flattening that out. And then we have to lay down some asphalt on top of it. Asphalt roads are kind of high-tech in this. Dirt roads are free. Gravel roads are second tier. Asphalt roads are third tier, and then you have like asphalt roads with sidewalks and lampposts. Sure, yeah, that's what streams are about, I think. Trying to see how the game actually plays rather than a clip of the best of the best cut together. Well, if you want to see an average city, let me scroll over to mine. This has all been built with the realism mode, so everything had to be delivered by hand and built up from the ground. So what you can see here is we have our customs house where we started on, basically picking up the resources from. We have our heating plant supplying heat to our city via some heating pipes. And there are heat exchangers which deliver heat to our population. If there's not enough heat, people will leave your city during winter, one way or another. Either they emigrate or they go underground. AKA they die. We haven't had many deaths recently, so if I check our graph, death rate has been consistent with birth rate, so... But the escapes have increased because I haven't provided enough housing for new people. I've not been expanding. Regardless, we have a factory making mechanical components here. That one is supplied by our prison, so only prisoners work in there. I have a few prison buses bringing workers over there. Vehicle factory. I decided for myself to only make money in this playthrough by exporting vehicles. And exporting Western style vehicles to the east really makes a lot of money. We've made over 80 million rubles just from that. We have our loading platform where a train runs back and forth between our production line and the export house, exporting our Mars 305 buses. Way more profit going to the east than the west. We started with this 6 block of residential buildings and slowly expanded it out to have some low quality residential buildings down here next to the vehicle production facility, which do have a shorter footpath, but they are somewhat affected by pollution a bit more. And then this later on somewhat high class apartment complex, I guess, later built with a palace of communism in the middle, a new shopping center for people to buy things, etc. We have a resource storage, so I don't overload the customs house for construction projects. A train basically brings resources here like steel, prefab panels, bricks and boards, as well as gravel. And the vehicles can pick it up from here rather than driving to the customs house and picking up there. All of our buildings are also supplied with fuel, so we have a bunch of fuel trucks here that deliver fuel to various buildings, namely our gas stations. We also have a large tank full of fuel here that brings fuel to the train diesel station, as well as our helicopter construction office, because why not build things with helicopters if you have a lot of fuel to throw away? And that's like the basic gist of it. We also have a fire station where people work and drive fire trucks to fires, as you do. We have our water infrastructure, so we have a water well up here with a pump and a water underground reservoir storing polluted water. That polluted water runs down the mountain into our water treatment plant, where we use chemicals to purify it to high quality drinking water, and we store that in a water tower. And after we pump it into the water tower, the water pressure from the water inside the tower distributes it all throughout the town via pipes. I did not hook up our residential buildings to running water, because if I do that, the water consumption shoots up. Because if people have access to running water, apparently they leave all the faucets open. So I am delivering water mostly by truck to the residential buildings. I centralized that with, like, we do have a water substation here, and there's a truck picking up water from the water purification plant and driving it to that substation, and then the substation distributes it to all the surrounding buildings. Same thing with sewage. So we have a sewage tank here that pulls all of the sewage from surrounding buildings. And then one very large construction project was not the sewage system that gathers everything up together, but getting the sewage to somewhere where I can put it into a lake. We had to cut through that whole mountain. And I did not want to make sewage pumps to pump it upwards, because sewage does only flow downwards. Pressure does not work with sewage. I didn't want to make a bunch of sewage pumps to pump it up here to then have it flow down again. No, I just made a very large, very deep sewage pipe that is very deep underground. And those are all the access tunnels to climb down and do maintenance, I guess. Or maybe to vent it, I don't know. It's basically manholes. That's our small town, basically. Then we cut through the mountain and have tried to build an export route to the western border all the way ever since. And I started in 1960. It's 1977 now. We did start with the lowest amount of money that we can have. So, if you play on realism mode with very low starting money, progress can be somewhat slow. You gotta be aware of that. But I like it. I wouldn't play without realism mode ever anymore, I don't think. I really like having to build everything manually. Oh, there's our construction train. Now it will probably finish before we build our rail construction office, just to show us. Okay, do you need to run another export? Well, not export, but bringing the other rail construction vehicle here. And then, is there any more vehicle here after that? No, it's just the other rail construction vehicle. Did the excavator get here? It did. Why is it not on the road here? I don't know. Oh, because we're laying down asphalt right now. Yep, Code Monkey is right about that. Once you start with the game and you play in realism mode, it can be quite daunting, because if you forget something, a lot of people could die, or you could have to wait another half year to a year for it to finish. Let's assign the helicopters to that road, because they can bring a paving vehicle. So those cargo helicopters will bring a paving vehicle over, speed things up. Alternatively, I could just buy a western style paving vehicle. Why not do that? You know what? Unassign the helicopter construction office, roll back what I said. Dump trucks are all busy. Let's get rid of one of the open hull trucks and instead buy a western paver. That one will have to refuel. We'll set it to only deliver mechanisms via trucks, so should be quick. We also should probably set this to refuel this building. I don't know why it hasn't. Oh, we disabled importing of fuel. That's why it hasn't pulled any more fuel out. Thankfully the gas station is very close. Yeah. Changes to the heating pipe or electricity network need to be thoroughly considered. There could be some problems. Alright. That paving vehicle will speed things up, but I will assign the helicopters again, because I do not have a rolling vehicle on this side. So once this one has done its job, we can actually send a helicopter with a rolling vehicle to speed up the road construction here. Then we still have to build the building itself. I didn't need to make this asphalt. I could have done a dirt road and started building this building immediately. But I don't want to. once you move to asphalt, you kinda always keep it. Except in some cases, like up to this water pump. I just made a dirt road because why not? Could make this asphalt as now. How did our rail line construction progress? We're up to here. That means we are almost double tracked. But not quite. Here's a bunch of workers. Wow, they have like 3 hours left of travel time. No problems. Maybe I should throw down more passenger trains again. That would be the time to do it right now. There's a train somewhere on the track. There it is, construction train. Let's get... No, let's stay with 5 passenger trains for now. That'll be fine. Gravel is a good middle ground. Until something burns down that was really important. Or the footpath distance isn't quite long enough because people don't walk as far on gravel roads as they do on gravel footpaths. But you don't want to stay with dirt roads into the first winter, I don't think, because that's really painful. Gravel is quick and easy to set up. Takes more time, of course. Right, paving is almost done. After which we need some people to flatten this road out. And then the building can start. Why is this helicopter not here yet? It's somewhere with not enough fuel. I guess it's at the border still, I can't zoom to it, so it's outside of map range apparently. Paving is done, just need to roll it. Workers can do that by themselves, but having a vehicle will speed things up. As well as for road construction, a vehicle can do it by itself. Oh yeah, road cranes, right. Let's assign everything. Maybe a road crane will get here. Constructing buildings without road cranes is also very, very painfully slow. If you do not use road cranes, every worker will provide exactly 1 workday, give or take. If you provide a road crane or a tower crane, the effectiveness of a worker is multiplied by about times 10. So it's really useful to provide heavy machinery for building construction. I will finish this rail line this stream. And I hopefully will also pay back the US loan. Yeah, 2.5 hours left. It's plenty. All those people just... Oh, they are here. Okay. I thought they just disappeared. Train construction takes a bit longer than trucks, buses and personal vehicles, but I don't know how much worth it will be. Roller has been delivered, no workers present on construction site, but it's still doing its thing. And that's an old school roller. I don't think we have the modern one yet, do we? Roller. No, it's just the old one. We don't have a Roger Rabbit style rolling machine. Okay, road crane is present. Every worker does way more than it did previously, which is nice. And the tower crane is on its way too. Yeah, you can see this going way faster than before. So this will be the distribution office, bringing resources to our rail construction office once it's built. We need about 2 dump trucks and maybe 2 open haul trucks. I'll probably buy new ones since there's still enough time left. Yeah, that should be fine. Have to wait for them to get here, and after they are here, they can pick up anything from the customs house. Currently it doesn't show anything because no vehicle is present in there. And then we'll assign the destination. Building the rail construction office itself should not take too long. The other rail construction vehicle has not arrived yet. I don't know what the helicopter is doing. It seems to be idling somewhere. Oh, I know why. Because I set it to wait until fully loaded. So it's waiting for another vehicle to load. Now it's moving. Alright. Lesson learned. I will forget about that again in the future, probably. There's like neat features in this game where, for example, you can attach a helipad to a hospital, and then you have an emergency helicopter picking up sick people that are maybe hard to reach or slightly further away, extending your range of the hospital itself. Like the buildings covered in green are reachable by, I think, your helicopters, whereas the yellow ones indicate the range of the ground vehicles. It doesn't show any of the, it doesn't highlight any of these buildings because they will never hold sick people. So it only shows like residential buildings and commercial buildings, and maybe the prisons. But I think I'm wrong. I think also the shopping centers might have sick people at some point. I don't know. I thought the green coverage was buildings that can be reached by the helicopter. So I guess they also have like space for the helicopters to land. So there might not be any space to land next to the shopping center. At least that's how I remember it being. And there's our delivery of the second rail construction vehicle. Just refuel yourself and then go back to your parking lot, I guess. Thank you. Yeah, train, you're showing us. Now you're finishing. I guess when you have something else to do, it doesn't matter if it takes a little bit longer. Construction of this building has started. Let me get the Pardubis construction office and assign that because it will bring road cranes here much quicker than waiting for tower cranes. Here's our excavator, also working without workers. Workers do speed things up, so the machinery helps a lot. Could use a few more excavators, I guess. No problem, have a good day. Don't be intimidated and don't be scared to look things up. The game is very, very dense, I guess is a good way to put it. Alright, sounds good. I intend to maybe start a new run very soon, but it's gonna be something esoteric, like trying to run everything with personal vehicles where everyone will drive their own car. I'm not quite sure about that yet. Sounds really painful. If you thought traffic in City Skylines was bad, well, if you have 1,500 people driving every day to a factory with their own car without ride sharing, it could be bad. But yeah, have a good day. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I have to develop a way where, as the train line expands, I hook up rail construction offices that are closer. Yes, I will need to bring workers there, but I don't know. Like, at some point, every time you place down like an intermediate train stop, it probably also makes sense to have another rail construction office. Just to move construction at a good speed. Let's assign the helicopter construction offices. Maybe they'll decide to bring a few more excavators. Or they bring more concrete, that also works. Let's unassign one of these. And you will be tasked with bringing these vehicles to the rail construction office once it's done. I kind of want to wait until this thing is done to finish it with this building. Now that we're setting it up, I'm going to cancel the last construction. And we will use this building to finish it. I will make sure of it. Okay, we already got 2 extra excavators, nice. A little bit more concrete. On its way with the helicopters. And yeah. The second step should be faster because we have a lot of road cranes on standby to go here and assist the construction. So that'll be done soon. In the meantime, our other construction office, well, the original construction office, can probably assign to a few more construction tasks. Maybe I should add a snapping point here so it doesn't drive as long. Something like that. So it drives full speed all the way here and then finishes construction. Those are some of the, I guess, hidden things in the game that can be somewhat annoying. I guess full dot, I guess like end sentence. They can be somewhat annoying, yes. That's it. I don't know why the trains sometimes are waiting a long time. Where are you waiting? You're waiting to drive back because you are waiting because things. You are here. Why? How did you get on this track if you don't have like your destination space free? All right. So the entrance needs to be that. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, perfect. Well done. Alright, let me put another signal here. And I guess you will go to the depot. Which you can't. Then you will go to the depot. And you will ignore the red signal. And you will not go to the depot. Instead you will turn around and see where you go. Not very far. To solve this problem, you will go to the intermediate train platform. So turn around and go there. Thank you. Absolute chaos. Alright. And you're also stuck here, so you also go to the depot. Thank you. I don't know how they are allowed to get onto this rail block. Something doesn't work the way I think it should. Okay, now we're slowly clearing things up again. And you can start driving again. Okay. No wonder unemployment is giving me messages about being high. No one is moving anywhere right now. No road crane yet, but they should be on their way. They are. It is winter, so they're taking a little bit longer. Unless the road is cleared, which it is. There they are. 4 road cranes. Fresh off the press. They will help speed up construction once the buses get here unloading workers. Road cranes, well, I guess it's only 3. Road cranes will not work by themselves. So road cranes and tower cranes do need actual workers to do the things. Distribution office is ready to supply resources to the rail construction office. Now they are working without road cranes, and now road cranes are arriving. And you can see the difference in construction speed. It's enormous. Let's take another look at our rail network and see if it clogged up again. No one's waiting here. There's one train in here that can continue to go again. There's trains waiting in here for reasons. What's happening? You are waiting for that one. You can't go here because you can't loop around and go here because this block is occupied. You are waiting for something. Why are you waiting? Are you trying to go into the food train storage? Oh, but there's already a train there. Well, that sucks. And you're not moving because you don't have a room here, so we have too many trains on the network is what it is. Another issue of not double tracking everything. Good thing we caught that, otherwise our population would have run out of food at some point. This should not be an issue once everything gets going, because these trains will not go here. They will always refuel at the train end station over here, so they are not going to go into the single track space. This is only really reserved for like resource trains. But they have to get there first. Alright, looks fine now. This one should start moving as soon as this one enters here. Then we have a bunch of passenger trains, yeah. Once they get going, then this space will free up and the issue will be gone. Rail construction office. One more delivery of bricks for this current phase, and then I think they have to put a roof on top of it, which is its own construction phase. I don't know who's bringing the bricks, but I would assume it is probably a helicopter. Yes. A little bit overkill, but there you go. We will unassign the helicopter construction office for the rest of the construction, because they do take a little bit to get here. Where's the bus? Oh, it's already moving there with a few workers. Yeah, that's 20 workers doing way more than 20 workdays worth of labor. And all the foreign labor does cost you money to hire. Way more than having your domestic workers do the same job. So for example, foreign labor, manpower, costs 27.7 rubles. Western wise it costs 18 US dollars. Domestically, our workdays are 4 rubles or $2.7, so way cheaper to use domestic labor. Way harder to set up all the infrastructure, but once it is there and it's working, it's cheaper. Yeah. I'm being stubborn now. I want to finish this with this rail construction office because I set it up now. Or I'm in the process of setting it up. Okay. All trains are moving. There's nothing waiting here anymore. All the passenger trains are somewhere carrying people around. I don't know where. No idea. There's one. Managed to get here for all the people. We still haven't finished the construction of our first train. It's still underway. But now that we have all 5 passenger trains running, maybe it'll finish soon? Anyway. Come on, bring more workers here. I don't care about an epidemic right now. Let me assign all construction offices, because that will send a ton of buses this way. And buses are really fast. Maybe it'll send buses. I guess not. 44 workers will do about 440 workdays of labor. They might actually finish this phase right now. It depends on if those workers have like high productivity. That depends on their personal stats, etc. Not everyone has a super good productivity, so sometimes they don't work that efficiently. But it'll get the building close to finishing. At most we will need one more delivery for this phase. And then a tiny phase after to put the roof in. Yeah, they weren't all that productive, I guess. 79%, 92%. Could have used a few more productive people to finish this, but we got about 300 workdays of labor out of them, so once more and it'll finish. Assuming we have enough people on the border post. And 41 will definitely do it. I should unassign all of these construction offices, otherwise they will bring resources from very far away. And I don't want that. Yeah, building is working. Needs more workers, as you always do, but it's running fine. Double tracking is also slowly continuing. Well, it should. I guess it got unassigned. Guess I have to reassign that now. Oh yeah, I split it up and didn't reassign it. Let's assign everything right now, so it'll send like 3 trains towards here to start building these things. Then we need these ones, and that should do it. Last construction phase. 3 more deliveries of resources and a few workers and we'll be done. Then we need to bring the vehicles into the building, which I already prepared. And then we need a bus route to drive workers into this building, otherwise it won't work. I guess 2 deliveries were enough. And they will finish the building. Alright, space for vehicles. Deliver the vehicles into this one once it's done. I'll tick the checkbox to wait until loaded so the last delivery I can monitor. Now we need a bus. We'll buy a western one because it's faster to get one over here. And that one will pick up educated workers from the customs house and dump them into the rail construction office. The rail construction office needs resources and vehicles. We have a distribution office set up for resources, and now it should start bringing them over here. But I need to switch this to be a little bit more sensible in regards to how many resources are stored of what. And I think twice the amount of prefab panels compared to steel is usually a good a good starting point, because if you click a rail line you see 9.1 tons of prefab panels versus 4.5 tons of steel. Plus some gravel, but gravel has its own storage. Add some bricks and boards, depending on if you're building a lot of tunnels. And there you go. Yeah, distribution office will now bring all the resources necessary to the rail construction office. And we also have the first rail construction vehicle in here already, with the second one getting there soon. After you are done with that, you can go back to the depot. No power supply, no fuel. Right. I knew I was forgetting something. I wasn't sure what. But this building needs electricity. Time for a dirt road. Build this quick little wind turbine here. Assign fuel deliveries, which will happen at some point. Alright, so we gotta wait for the wind turbine to be done. Doesn't take a lot. And after we have power and fuel and workers, this thing should work. So I guess only the wind turbine is now missing. Could have also built a substation and hooked up the existing wind turbine, but I didn't build a switch or anything. So I think this is easier. Foundation has been laid down. Need our road crane. Maybe some workers. Construction train is waiting a long time. Why are you waiting? Oh, I guess because we have a lot of trains on the network again. This is all single track to be built. Let's see. We do have a signal here. We do have signals here. Yeah, should be possible. Come on, wind turbine. Some steel, mechanical components, electronic components. Not a big deal, just the covered hull truck delivering the last two resources can only carry one at a time, I think. So we'll have to wait for mechanical components and then steel components. I only bought one of them. One truck. Oh look, it's already moving. We did bring it here with a little bit of fuel, so I guess it's working already. Doesn't need to refill quite yet. Don't have a lot of workers in here yet, but it is doing its thing. Need more people. Trains will only move and build if there are workers in there. If it stops having workers, they will stop building and move back to the building. Yes, it needs power to refuel the trains, but they did start with some fuel that I haven't used up yet, so they can start building already. But I need to bring fuel here, which I already assigned. It's just not getting delivered because I don't have any electricity, so the fuel pumps in the building do not work. So we are setting up electricity right now. Just need some electronic components and then it will work. I think it does not build both tracks because they are connected. It was basically the same block, so only one train was allowed, but now it can build both of them at the same time. And I should probably use the proper rail signals already. mixed signal going out. Don't have any workers anymore, so they stop moving. Soon they'll go back to the building. Maybe I need more buses, at least during winter. Let's get rid of this vehicle. And buy another bus. Not the wind power plant, no. Wait, do we have 2 buses in the construction office? I guess. I want to copy your schedule. Wait, why is there construction office assigned here? Customs house. Oh, this is a construction office vehicle. That's not the one I wanted. Oh, rail construction. That's the one. Okay. Assign you. Start line spacing. There you go. Bring more workers here. Assign everything to the wind turbine. Yeah, we need electricity. Fuel will be delivered as soon as we have electricity, and then they won't run out of fuel. Let me put down another mixed signal on this side as well. Yes, it will interrupt the construction right now, but it will be fine. We need to consistently bring workers here, otherwise they always interrupt the construction of the rail line and drive back, which isn't that great. As soon as we are done with like building constructions, all of the workers can go into the rail construction office. But yeah, you see like they slow down and then they run out of workers and they basically stop building. Maybe instead of using the very large buses, I should just use a bunch of cars. Just to spread out the amount of workers we have over quite the distance. I can run you guys again, so... Customs house, yes. Yes. You will be sold. So... we'll buy 4 personal vehicles and assign them to run this route. To make sure that the rail construction office basically always has vehicles moving on its path. Spread out the amount of available workers to a nice continuous string of people arriving there, so the rail construction vehicles never really move back because they run out of workers like they will now, if this doesn't get there in time. Oh, it did manage to. Okay, for the right one it did manage, but not for the left one. No road crane here yet. Or a tower crane. Guess that also works. Trains are waiting for a long time, so I messed up something here. Maybe there's a train stuck somewhere and it can't drive back. Last time they were stuck here. You are trying to go here. Oh yeah, you can't, because I know. You need more space. So we'll remove these ones, and then you have enough space to turn around. There you go. Didn't give them enough room. Same thing will happen here, probably. So we'll also move this chain signal back. Well, mixed signal really. And remove that one. And also that one, that's fine. That should give it enough room to move here and then turn around and construct the other direction. Alright, they're still staying out on track and continuing to build. We don't have the wind turbine yet, we're still waiting on the tower crane. Otherwise the worker deliveries doesn't really do much. It's coming all the way back from our town. We do have enough fuel left to continue this for a while. And we had a game crash. Hasn't happened in a while. Just a short 4-hour, 45-minute stream and the game decides to crash. What is that? I did say I wanted to finish this, so we have to load. I hope this doesn't happen. The last save was 1713, which is exactly now. Interesting. We might have a save where the game decides to always crash, and if that is the case, then I don't know. Let's see. It is running. Probably was something with the other trains, I would imagine. If it happens again. There's a train. Alright, let's see. You. I'll tell you to ignore the red signal. Maybe it was that train driving into the other one? Into the back of it? I don't know. Ignore. Turn around, build. Okay. It was probably that collision, maybe. I don't know. Haven't had a crash in a long time. You are stuck because... I'll just tell you to ignore the red signal. Yeah, building a train line from both sides is kind of not that great. Just go. What's the worst that can happen? Just, you go to ignore red. Nothing bad can happen. That's not gonna go well. One train is gonna go here and run into the other one. Both of them are. Or maybe not. That one's waiting. Depends on which train line they are trying to construct. If they're trying to build these two, that's fine. If they're trying to build this one, that's not gonna work. Yep, seems fine. Nothing can go wrong here. Nothing at all. See? No problem at all. Everything's working as intended. No problems. Alright. So, yeah. That's why they were waiting. And I was impatient. I'll just let them do their thing, I guess, for now. Wind turbine does have a tower crane now, so a few more workers and this will be done. Like, at least 5 workers should do it. Maybe 6 to be safe. 6 workers. Exactly. Oh, that's actually cutting it close. Well, if you're bringing us workers with 54% productivity twice, then it might not be enough. I was assuming we would get good workers. So I guess we need more workers. You are stuck. I will definitely tell you to ignore the red signals. As long as we keep a steady supply of workers, those rail construction vehicles will finish. Wind turbine is done, so fuel can now be delivered, and the fuel truck should be on its way, and it is. And after that we just have this thing to complete. I will tell you to buy an EDK once we finish this rail segment. Come on, you can ignore it, it's fine, no problem. There's fuel, very slowly, but 50 kilometers now. Oh man. Trains are waiting long. Yes, they are. Okay, let's get an EDK here. Maybe the EDK wasn't the best idea because we don't have that many workers. But the benefit of the EDK is that it doesn't have to drive back and forth all that often because it can carry quite a bit of resources per run. Alright. We'll let you work for the time being, but I believe the EDK is gonna get here before you finish this. And I don't know if the EDK is gonna get used or not, but we'll see. You're stuck. Construction train. Waiting. I could have made like another turn-off point, merging them together a little bit earlier, instead of trying to build everything at the same time. But we're almost there. Not really, but you know what I mean. Yes, trains are waiting too long. I know. Still haven't finished this train because we don't have any workers getting here. Putting in all other passenger trains was probably not the correct thing to do. What's your auto search distance? Through the tunnel? Not really. The tunnel is even too long. Oh, I didn't increase that. Okay. So you could also build rail track on this side. That would definitely be faster. Let's unassign you. And you. And use the new rail construction office to build the train from that side. I mean the tracks. Would be nice to use the EDK for that. I also maybe should deliver some water to this building. That's fine. We're slowly getting there. Very, very slowly. Yeah, the constant supply of workers to the building means that no rail construction vehicle has to ever move back to the rail construction office early for not having enough workers. And that's good. It's almost running out, but a personal vehicle has just delivered a few more workers that have a fresh shift, so they'll be fine. And the bus is there to bring a large amount of workers, so these vehicles can actually do quite a big amount of work. Why is everyone stuck here? I guess things are just moving very slowly. Is that the train going to the new rail construction office? No, that's actual building. You are heading to it. Okay. So it's almost there. Now, the other train is currently not moving out building the other part, because this is all one rail block. However, if I put a chain signal here, I believe this should be enough. Do you mean this way? I mean, technically it's east, but it is going towards the western border. So the thing that we are building here is basically an unloading station for buses that we are manufacturing. And I want to sell them to the west, but the only way to do that is to offload them onto trucks and then drive them to the border, because there's no train line going to the western border. So we have to offload them first before we sell them. Okay, let's put a normal signal here. I guess it might already be... Oh, that one, yeah, there's a train building here. That train is building there, but I thought the other rail construction vehicle might move out to the other side already. That one is also red, so I guess you meant the left side. Maybe that's because this passenger train was blocking it. And now the other construction train is moving here. There's a lot of trains trying to move on the same block, basically. That's what it is. We have a conga line of trains lined up to move around here. Alright, I will sell you because the EDK is gonna get here before you ever have a chance to move out. And I kinda also want to sell you. I think I will. We will finish this rail construction with an EDK. It should be here any moment. Right? Almost there. That means I can also remove that wrong signal in the middle of the track. But yeah, this will finish our rail construction to the western border, finally. And then we can actually run an export. Let me quickly prioritize this rail construction to high priority. And remove the extra signal that shouldn't be there. Man, those tunnel constructions take so long. But we finally did it, and I think we're now finally hooking this up in one more construction task, I believe. Unless the train decides to move to the left and do the other one first, for unknown reasons. No, it's doing the right one. Literally. There we go. Man, it's been... It would have probably been faster not doing anything, but it would have also been more boring. Just sitting here and waiting for this thing to be built. And now we also know how we can set up a rail construction line in the middle of nowhere. Isn't that nice? 58 workdays. Oh yeah, I hope we have enough workers for that. Come on. Bus anything? Please? No? I might need a... Do we have free vehicle end stations? No. Just a small one. Well, we're out of workers. Will the bus get here in time? Yes. Good. And it's full. That's how it should be. And now the workers are going home. We have a few people arriving via Beetle. Holding the fort down, finishing it. We did it! We bloody did it! Come on! Last bit! There we go. Ah, what a line. Alright. Time to test the line and actually set the export route. So... You're going between vehicle factory eastern border, refuel, back to vehicle, western border. And then refuel. I don't know if it will have an issue with end station being on the line twice, but I guess we'll find out. We'll switch it to this part right now. So load vehicles for the export to the western border, pretty much. Just have to wait until it's full of buses and then we'll see if it works. Needs 3 more buses, basically. In the meantime, the rail construction office should assist with constructing train lines on this side. And it is. It's waiting. Cool. Everything should be in place. As soon as the buses drop off, the trucks are going to pick them up, carry them to the border and sell them. I should check if we still have nuclear fuel scheduled to export, or if I can clean the customs house full of a bunch of vehicles waiting there not doing anything. There's like 3 more to export, but I think we're fine. We just sell everything back to the east and we're good. What about the helicopter? They landed, okay, so they're not doing anything anymore either. So any money we now earn in US currency is going to be basically bus exports. We need... Well, we don't need a bus anymore, but we need 1 bus to tell it that it's full. So as soon as this bus gets produced, it realizes that it cannot load another bus and it should move. And then this is still an old train, so it's going to be slow. I haven't upgraded that one yet. We're actually going to do that. I'm going to move it out manually and switch it to a more modern train. Alright, we're going to be fancy and tell you that you can ignore the red signal. Oh no, you're way faster. Okay, that's fine. There was another red signal. Everything's fine. Thankfully there aren't any train-to-train collisions in the game. At least not yet. Maybe with the garbage update they will add such crazy things. Take this train, copy the schedule over to the new one, which doesn't have any fuel, and then we'll pretty much... Oh, come on. We'll move you. Why can I not copy the schedule? Don't make me redo all of the schedule, please. Remove. Vehicle must be of same type. What do you mean? What if I move you... What if I give you one? No, it works. Okay, good. We'll do that then. There you go. Drive it to the western border. Wait, that's the wrong one. Sold. You, please go to... Please go to the western border, thank you. You should have enough fuel. And if you don't, there's a fuel station. I guess we're gonna go with the fuel station first. It should be our first export proving that we finally have a route to sell vehicles to the west. I'm not gonna try and sell trains to the west. I don't even know if there's anything that could... I guess I could try and load them onto the largest airplane and just fly them to the west or something. I still haven't done an airport. I was very close to doing one last run, but stopped before that. This run I definitely don't want an airport. Right, guess we're gonna keep monitoring this train. It's basically proof of concept. Shadow looks a bit weird if I lean down that much because of the mountains, but that's fine. So now we have it set up to where it should do one delivery to the west, one delivery to the east, and continue cycling between those. And we might just make it so it always goes to the west. And we only do train exports to the east every now and then. I hope the passing track is long enough for this. I should be. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Yep, probably need to double track that one. That was very close. Alright. And here we're waiting for an oncoming train, I would guess. All rail construction. We're waiting for this train to go back home. It did not want to move onto this construction task because I guess it blocked itself, so let's put a signal here. Yep, just don't crash. Precision, there was a lot of precision needed. We should be moving again as soon as the other railroad drives by us. Just gotta wait. Well, didn't know the train had launch control, but apparently it does. That power line, all just for a train construction in the middle of nowhere. We're not gonna have any pollution issues, at least, is the good thing from that building. Now, will the construction train get in the way? Probably not. It should wait. Saving. Man, it's finally happening. It was way easier to do with helicopters. Less fuel efficient, but way easier. And there it goes. And now the trucks just take it to the border post and we're gonna make some US currency back. And that's all that was, basically. I think we did it. Took forever. But we did it. Spacing out the power lines? You mean the power poles? I guess. I guess they're a little bit close, maybe. But we are also very zoomed out, so maybe it looks a little bit too close because of that. I don't know. I guess in real life they're pretty far away, like 200 meters or so. And this is about 100. I don't even know how far away they are in real life. I was just estimating or guessing. But yeah, I have seen a few people make it so you can have a lot of distance covered with like nothing by just making a power line like that. Something like that. That's kind of ridiculous, but it works. Haven't done that yet. The funny thing is it also saves you like resources because it calculates the resource cost based on pillars, and so it's kind of like a little bit cheesy. But it works. You can make them as long as you want, just have to micromanage it. You can't specify it to say I want them to be that long. You can't define the spacing, I don't think, at least. Let's see. No. I'm trying different hotkeys, basically. That doesn't work. No hotkeys, no hidden functionality or anything. But yeah, we're exporting vehicles via train to a customs house that doesn't accept trains right now. It's finally happening, and it's working. We have a new rail construction office on the western side that helps double tracking this lane. And it's almost complete. We have this bit and this bit. Is there a train moving here? Yes. So I guess we're gonna see and finish this double track and sell a western train, this one, to the eastern border. Make sure that we get enough people throughput to this building, run one train to sell, and then call the series. For good this time, because I think I finally accomplished what I set myself out to do. I did not expect this to take that long, based on the distance for the train construction office. I should have probably guessed it would take that long though. Where is the construction train? There it is. Once these rail lines have finished construction, we just need to signal them up. And we'll be done. Because I assume as soon as they are signaled up and working, all the passenger trains are just going to flood a bunch of workers into the rail production line. You actually seem to have enough resources to make it quite far. Okay, maybe not. All the resources just vanished. Here's a passenger train, empty. Here's a construction train on the other lane. How far are you going to make it? Because we only have this segment left, I think that will probably require at least 2. But then it should probably finish it. Ignore red, keep going. You can do it. Maybe not. Oops. That's fine. Safety first. We have a few more workers on the left side than the right side, but that's fine. So it should theoretically continue over to the other rail line unless it says it's not my deal, because it's already assigned to the other construction office. So I guess we'll have to wait for the other construction office to get back here with a fresh load of resources. Should also be faster because it's closer. Might be building a little bit slower, but yeah, we'll get there. And then once this segment has been built, it's basically double tracked for most of it. Some workers are already getting here quite fast. Well, the corner bit has been built, but this still needs construction. I mean, the single lane at the top was already pre-built. We single tracked it all the way, but yeah, there's no little bit built except this one. So a short segment over here has been built already, it seems like. Not sure how. But yeah. Train is moving. Moving towards the railroad. You're waiting, that's fine. I can move these signals closer again. Prefab flat on fire, doesn't matter. We're waiting for traffic to clear. There's a train coming. More buses! Sweet. How's our bus production anyway, comparatively? Do we need another train running exports? Where is it? There. Probably not. Once it gets here and does a delivery to the eastern border, it sells like 10 buses and then it takes another 10 buses to the western border again. So far it doesn't look like it's running full, but if it is we can get another train basically. Especially if we have a double track. Alright. I don't know what you're waiting for, but I'm gonna tell you to ignore red again and just build. It's probably a resource delivery happening here. But I can't wait. So this will finish the double track. Very slowly. All with labor from the western border post. There's the train. Oh, it's just a passenger train. That shouldn't be concerned about what I'm doing. Alright. It's double tracked. Now we just have to signal it. Entrance to here should be chain, exit is normal. Sorry. No, turn around. We'll let you through, it's fine. Let me just signal everything up first. And we also need to do that one. Come on, keep going. Alright. So entrance to the intersection is chain, exit is normal. This is an intersection into another intersection kinda, so leave that as chain. And then pretty much this thing. Okay, let me look at things. I'm working on it. You ignore red. Then this train can move. I mean, this might collide with something right now. Maybe. So, construction train is out of the way. That one. Chain. Regular. There we go. And then a bunch of normal signals here. And that will give us a lot of throughput on this rail segment. I hope I'm not blocking any other train coming by right now. No, they are on the correct line already. That's good. And then this one. Exit regular signal, entrance chain signal. And then it's double tracked. At some point you'll figure it out. It's very slow. It got very confused about where it was and all the signals that just appeared, so I just helped it and sent it home, basically. But yeah, we should have a lot of capacity now to get the passenger trains to where they need to be, I assume. We still have this segment, which is single track. But it does have like an intermediate area where trains can pass each other. That one is unfortunately too late. Almost made it. Oh no, okay, you made it. Cool. Keep going. There's no other train waiting here, so that's good. So yeah, we have this as a passing track, I guess. Yeah. the workers from the west at like 50% efficiency were kinda inefficient. But I mean, they're doing their thing, so it's fine. I'm still like recruiting them and sending them to the rail construction office, which I should probably stop. I should sell all vehicles really and just end this. Because we're not doing any rail construction right now. I don't need that route. And I don't have enough parking spaces to park them somewhere. Alright, so now we're waiting for this to finish. And we're getting a consistent amount of workers, which is nice. They do not have any complaints. They have water. They have sewage disposal. They can do whatever they want, as long as it is building a train. And yeah, if I really wanted to, I could also think about double tracking this segment, I guess. But I don't think it will create any issues. I don't know. We are going to sell one western train to the east. And now that line is running. It's going to take a bit. I wonder how much money we'll get. Like, this one gives us 240,000 rubles versus 36,000 US dollars. So they're not worth very much if we were to sell them to the western border. But I think a western train would give us probably 4 or 5 times the amount of US currency. Ruble currency, I mean. Just need to finish one and see. I might need more passenger trains. Let me throw down 5 more passenger trains. Now that we have double-tracked most of it, why not increase the amount of passenger trains to create more issues? I need 1 train. Or like the whole train line, that's fine. I bought 5 of them. I guess the other 2 got lost again. Maybe I'm clicking too fast. Oh, no, those were wrong. No, I bought the wrong trains. Damn it. Train sets. I bought more industrial trains. I guess we can send those to the distribution office. And you go there too. Maybe go to the depot first. No, you found a path, okay. Did you? Or you're extraordinarily confused. Just go to the depot and I'll send you back home. Okay, I guess I bought a few too many. They are starting to show up now. We want 5 extra trains, and we have them. I guess we'll leave 1 train in there that has the correct line assigned to it, so if we need to add more trains, we have the option to. That will create a minor traffic jam, but it'll be fine. Two-thirds the way of building this train. Let's see if we can get it done. Would love to. And see how much money it would make. It cost 8 million US currency. We're still paying back our loan for taking that, like having the ability to sell Western trains, or building them, I guess. So I want to see how much money we would make from that. Because if it makes a lot of money, we can just sell all of the buses to the western border and just reserve the train selling for the east. That's a lot of chaos here. Okay. Not sure what that was about, but sure. What's the total travel time? 4 hours 50 minutes, so slightly above what it should be. And yeah, the export train running buses is a little bit too long. But it's fine. If there were two export trains stuck here, they would block each other. That would create a problem. But as long as we only have one export train, it's fine. Because one of the shorter trains, well, I guess the distribution office could also be here, and then we would have a problem. It's a large one. Let's see, double track. No, I won't do it. I'll be happy finishing this with the selling of the Western train. Hopefully. There is a time and place for more advanced rail construction, and I think this will do for now. Just one more tweak. Improving, until everything falls apart. But yeah, this is definitely the weak point of this whole line. If a distribution office train comes by with like 5 or 6 rail cars, and the export train with the buses also arrives at the same time, it will be too long and they will block each other because they can't leave. So there's definitely potential for this thing to break. But yeah, they're getting through here. They even have an hour of travel time left regularly. So quite good. And it also kind of acts a little bit as line spacing. Even though we don't need that, we have the rail end station. Almost there. 1,300 work days. With a constant supply of workers, should be doable. Phone. Alright, I'm back. I had to take a phone call. So, we have our train selling for almost 1,000,000 rubles and 270,000 US currency. Very good. We will send this for export. So, not wait until fully loaded, just go. And that'll be the end for this stream. And the series. So we'll enjoy our last train ride. Maybe not first person, it's a bit loud. And also probably not slow speed, it's gonna take a while. This train line is way too long for its own good. But at least it works. Also this engine is very small. I remember running that one. I ran that one in Derail Valley. I think it's the same one. Interesting. Didn't know it was that small compared to like Eastern engines. So yeah, we built a town, a small city based on just vehicle exports, made a lot of money with it. Exporting Western vehicles to the east is very profitable. And could also do that with trains, if you can stem the initial investment for the whole buying a license for it. But with vehicles, with like road vehicles, it's definitely possible. So, successful run, I would say. I mean, it was successful before. Now we also know that we can export road vehicles to the western border and increase that money as well. So we are basically, we're not self-sufficient, but we're making enough money where we don't have any issues. I don't know why right-clicking cancels my camera. It's a very slow train. How fast is this train anyway? This one, okay, it can only go 95 kilometers an hour. I think that one is slowing down this whole consist train thing. Oh, okay. So yeah, very successful run. I can definitely recommend playing with a hilly map, even if the tunnel construction takes quite a long time, and even if building like buildings on hillsides is a little bit annoying with having to flatten everything. The limitation in space makes it quite interesting, and having to follow the contours of the map with like your infrastructure makes it also quite nice, rather than flattening out everything and just building whatever you want everywhere. I thought it... Oh yeah, it's running full speed, never mind. I thought it would be the safe speed of the whole train, of the wagon, like it couldn't go faster, but I guess it's just the maximum speed of the engine itself. So yeah, we sell our western train for profit in the east, pushing us over 20 million rubles. And we'll call the stream to a close. That's going to be the end of Automaniacs. A successful series, I think. We learned a bunch of things. And it was quite interesting, especially running a single track rail line. For resources, well worth it. Once you switch to passenger transportation and time-sensitive transportation, double tracking is a necessity. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope to see you next series. As I said, I don't know if we're going to go for a very large republic or a personal transportation heavy republic. But we're going to try something. It might be a test stream, it might be a series, we'll see. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good end to your weekend. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.